Beggars Ride by Nancy Kress. Read by Nick Sullivan. 15. Nothing, Jackson thought, was ever what you expected. When he'd taken Shockey, Lizzie, Dirk, and Vicky to Kelvin Kastner Pharmaceuticals, he expected a difficult ordeal. He expected panic after panic from the livers over being in an environment that would have been strange and unsettling to them even before they'd breathed in whatever neuropharm had made them so anxious and fearful of anything new. He visualized physical struggles with Shockey to provide tissue samples and hysterical protest from Lizzie when samples were taken from Dirk. He counted on Vicky to help with these hypothetical struggles. Then, he expected, he and Thurmond Rogers would have a long, intense talk about the implications of a drug that was not subject to the cell cleaner. The tissue analysis would be a top priority for Rogers, so the report would come swiftly. None of that had happened. Instead, his air car had been met on the roof of Kelvin Kastner, inside the Boston Harborside enclave, by two high-quality security bots. The bots had efficiently grabbed everyone but Jackson and fitted them with breathers that had instantly knocked them out, even Vicky. The bots had then loaded the four unconscious people onto floaters and, ignoring Jackson's protests, guided them down an elevator to a lab. Here, more bots had stripped Shockey, Lizzie, and the baby and had taken samples, saliva, cerebrospinal fluid, blood, urine, feces, and cells from every organ. The samples were extracted with the long, nano-built needles, their walls only a few atoms thick, of state-of-the-art biopsy. Next had come the scans, everything from skin conductance to brain imaging under various stimuli. No actual person appeared. It was clear to Jackson that this procedure had already been in place. How long had Kelvin Kastner been abducting research samples from livers who couldn't or wouldn't protest? Jackson protested. "Thurmond, I want to talk to you." But all Jackson had gotten was a bland, pre-recorded hollow. "Hi, Jack. Sorry I can't attend to you personally, but I'm in the middle of something I can't leave. If you want anything to eat or drink while the samples are being taken, just ask the room system. I'll call you when I have anything to report. My regards to your sister." "Thurmond, damn it. Room system on." "Room system on," the room said. Needles so thin they were barely visible descended simultaneously into the naked bellies of Shockey, Lizzie, and Dirk. Vicky, still clothed, lay on her floater in the corner, breathing whatever her mask supplied her with. "Give me a priority link to Thurmond Rogers." "I'm sorry. This system can provide only recording capability and dietary orders." "Then link me to the building system." "I'm sorry. This system can provide only recording capability and dietary orders." "This is a medical emergency. Give me the emergency system." "I'm sorry. This system..." "System off." He could record a blistering message for Rogers. He could remove Vicky's breathing mask and see if she could dip the system. But it was Lizzie who was the dipper, not Vicky, and Lizzie at the moment had a thin, flexible probe down her throat taking cell samples from her bronchial tree. So Jackson did nothing, fuming and pacing for an hour, refusing even to sit in the room's one comfortable chair out of either anger or ludicrous self-flagellation. When Kelvin Kastner had taken all the human pieces it wanted, the security bots took Shockey, Lizzie, Vicky, and the baby back to the roof, efficiently loaded them into Jackson's car, stripped off their breathing masks, and floated away. A minute later, their lungs cleared, and they woke up. "Well," Lizzie said, "what are we waiting for? Aren't we going inside?" And Dirk had cowered against his mother's neck, wailing in fear because the world held more than his mother. Jackson flew back to the camp, and the three livers disappeared inside. Vicky said, "I'm not happy about this, Jackson. You should have revived me. I had questions of my own, you know." "You wouldn't have got any answers." "Nonetheless," she scowled at him, "promise me you won't go back to Kelvin Kastner or even talk to Rogers without including me. Lizzie's system can multi-link us." "I don't think—" "I do. Promise me." And Jackson, out of weariness or resignation or consideration or something, had promised. Since then, nothing had happened. 4 days passed, and Thurmond Rogers neither contacted Jackson nor returned his calls. Teresa spent all her time in the upper-floor study that Jackson wasn't supposed to know about, not appearing even for meals. She left periodic messages for Jackson that she was all right. Jackson paced and fidgeted and forgot to eat until his body rebelled, and he fell asleep naked in the feeding room while his body absorbed the nutrients it needed. The fourth day, very early in the morning, Cassie called. Jackson didn't answer. He rolled over in his darkened bedroom so that his back faced the wall screen and let the message record. "Jackson, come on Link. I know you're there." All of a sudden, Jackson was annoyed. Why did she always assume she knew everything about him? "Listen," Cassie said, "we need to talk. I just received a private message from an old friend of mine, Alexander Kastner of Kelvin Kastner Pharmaceuticals. I think I introduced you once at some party. Do you remember him?" Slowly, Jackson turned over in bed to stare at the screen. In the lower right corner, under Cassie's face, glittered the encryption signal. She was sending to him on a heavily shielded link. "Alex is contacting several major investment players very privately. Kelvin Kastner is onto something really big, something they want to develop very quickly. Alex thinks his firm can get an entirely new pharmaceutical system to the patent stage before anybody else. Get this, it bypasses the cell cleaner to effect permanent pharmacodynamic processes. The applications in the pleasure market alone are staggering. You could eliminate inhalers. But Alex doesn't know who else is working on this or how close they are to applying for a patent, so he has to move as fast as possible. He needs massive commitments of capital, talent, computer time. Jack, Tech should get in on this early and hard. It's the kind of opportunity that could move us into the International 50. I've pulled together some preliminary figures for you, and for Teresa too, of course. But we need to commit soon, today if possible. Damn it, Jackson, answer the link." Jackson climbed slowly out of bed. In the dark, he pulled on yesterday's clothes. "All right," Cassie said. "Maybe you're not there. But where are you? I already called that ridiculous woman at your pet liver camp, Vicky what's-her-name, and she said you weren't there. If you're spending the night with somebody, when you call in for your messages, please contact me on a shielded line at my office at Tech. If you don't—" "You'll run me to earth anyway," Jackson finished for her. "I'll run you to earth anyway, darling. This is too big to let go." Jackson left the apartment. In the east, the sun was just beginning to stain the sky pink. The real, actual sun. At the moment, the Manhattan East Dome was clear. He strode through the roof garden with its theatrically unfurling morning glories and trumpet lilies toward his car. He couldn't remember ever being this angry in his life. Vicky waited for him outside the Tribe building, a solitary figure in the pearly April cold. "The charming Cassie called here first," she said as she got into his car. "I figured something was happening, and I knew you'd remember your promise to take me with you to Kelvin Kastner." "How did you know that?" Jackson said grimly. "Because I knew that somewhere deep down you were capable of looking like you do now. Want to tell me what's going on?" "Kelvin Kastner is trying to create a patentable drug delivery system out of what they've learned from Shockey's and Dirk's brain scans and tissue samples. They're less interested in finding an antidote for the inhibition anxiety than in the commercial possibilities for the pleasure market of something that bypasses the cell cleaner. They've asked Tech for massive investment." "Jesus H. Christ," Vicky said, almost admiringly. "Your ex-wife sure picks up the scent fast, doesn't she? Is she part bloodhound?" "Do you think we should take Lizzie with us?" Jackson asked. "If they deny us entrance, I can't data dip and neither can you." "And neither can Lizzie in the half-second before the security bots hit her. Be realistic, Jackson. She's not a super Sleepless." Jackson lifted the car. Vicky said, "Don't you even want to know what I told Cassie when she called here?" "No." "I told her that as far as I knew, you were off fucking Jennifer Sharifi now that she's out of jail, and since she just happens to have the same coloring as Cassie herself." Despite himself, Jackson smiled. Nothing prevented the car from landing on the roof of Kelvin Kastner. To Jackson's surprise, nothing even prevented him and Vicky from descending the elevator to Kelvin Kastner's top-floor lobby. The lobby was endless Baroque variations of a double helix motif, a precise centimeter over the line into vulgar. Jackson remembered Ellie Lester. A hostess hollow flickered into place a yard in front of him. She was a middle-aged blonde with coffee-colored skin, attractive but serious enough to be reassuring. "Welcome to Kelvin Kastner. How can I help you?" Jackson said, "Jackson Aronow to see Thurmond Rogers." "I'm afraid Dr. Rogers is off-site today. Would you like to record a message?" "Then let me talk to Alexander Kastner." "Do you have an appointment?" "No." "I'm afraid Mr. Kastner's schedule doesn't permit him time for unscheduled appointments. Would you like to record a message?" Jackson said to Vicky, "We should have brought Lizzie after all." "Wouldn't have helped. The second she accessed anything, the security system would gas us all. I mean, it's a neuropharm company, isn't it?" Of course it was. Jackson wasn't thinking clearly. Anger did that. He'd have to be more careful. Vicky said pleasantly to the hostess hollow, "I would like to record a message for Mr. Kastner. Or perhaps he'd prefer to have this one real time. Please tell Mr. Kastner that this is Dr. Jackson Aronow of Tentech, Cassie Sanders's firm. That's Aronow, Tentech, Sanders. I'm sure one of those names is in your priority flagging programs as of yesterday. Tell Mr. Kastner that Dr. Aronow has retained legal counsel to sue for the tissue samples, plus all resulting patents taken from citizens Shockey Tour and Dirk Francie while they were unadvised by attorneys. Counsel has already received sworn depositions of all events, plus full knowledge of our current visit. A cease-work injunction from a federal judge against KC is possible, as is considerable industry attention, which Mr. Kastner might find premature. Also tell Mr. Kastner that Dr. Aronow and his sister control the voting stock of Tentech, and that no investment commitment can possibly be forthcoming without both their cooperation. Have I engaged your priority flagging programs?" The hollow beamed at Vicky. "Yes, my priority flagging is engaged and transmitting. Would you like some coffee?" "No, thank you. We'll just wait here for Mr. Kastner's reply. Or possibly Dr. Rogers's." "Dr. Rogers is off-site today," the hostess said. She was still beaming. "Of course he is," Vicky said. She sank onto a sofa covered in a double helix paisley print and patted the seat beside her. "Sit down, Jackson. We have to allow a little time for them to hold a council of war to determine who fucked up by contacting Cassie when Rogers was ripping you off." Jackson said, "We're probably being overheard." "I certainly hope so." He sat down and said in a low voice, "Where did you learn to do that?" Vicky's face grew suddenly weary. "You don't want to know." "Yes, I do." "Another time." "Ah, such a prompt response. 5 points for efficiency." A wall screen glowed and the image of Thurmond Rogers appeared, smiling stiffly. "Jackson, how are you? I just got in and the building system informed me you were here, and there was some sort of mix-up about not talking to you. Sorry." Vicky murmured, "Oh, those computer glitches." "I was going to call you this morning," Rogers continued. A lump of flesh at the collar of his lab coat worked up and down. "We have a preliminary report on the changes in your subjects' brains." Jackson said, "Then come out and give it to me. In person. I'm not going to assault you, Thurmond." The image laughed uncomfortably. "Of course not. But I strained my back getting out of my car, and until the cell cleaner takes care of it, I'd just as soon not move." Jackson said evenly, "Then we'll come to you." "Let me start by telling you what tests we ran on your subjects and the results. We found—" "Is that necessary?" Vicky had taken a recorder out of the pocket of her jacks and aimed it at Rogers's image. She said, "Absolutely. Let the record read that Dr. Rogers has sealed himself in to the KC Biohazard Labs because he's found out something truly alarming about this new neuropharm, and he's taking not the teeniest risk that it might somehow reach his own highly expensive and educated brain. Am I right, Dr. Rogers? Rogers looked at her with loathing. As I started to say, we've run exhaustive analyses on the subject's medical scans and tissue samples. What we found, Jackson, is only preliminary, but extraordinary. The subjects breathed in a gene-mod airborne molecule, probably an engineered virus. The molecule itself is unavailable for analysis, having broken down sometime after it reached the brain. We've been able to trace its path and make very rough guesses at a partial composition from its pharmacodynamic effects. Rogers took a deep breath. It seemed to calm him, although the lump of flesh still worked up and down at his collar. Jackson wondered what he'd mixed into the air of his office. The molecule, whatever it was, apparently was designed to affect multiple neural sites as both agonist and antagonist. Targeted, Vicky interrupted. And in English comprehensible to lawyers, those terms would mean... Jackson, is this necessary? Apparently so, Jackson said. Rogers stared stonily at Vicky. An agonist activates specific neural receptors, causing them to change biochemistry. An antagonist blocks other receptor subtypes. Thank you, Vicky said sweetly. Jackson had the sudden impression she'd already known that and was making Rogers jump through hoops. Rogers continued. The molecule seems to have had high binding affinity for receptor, or receptors, in the amygdaloid complex. JEM scans show high recent blood supply activity there, in areas of the limbic, and in the right temporal area of the cerebral cortex. Apparently, the molecule caused a very complex cascade effect in which the release of certain biogenic amines caused the release of other chemicals, and so on. We've already identified changes in the folding of 12 different peptides, and that's probably only the beginning. There are also changes in the timing of synchronous neural firings. Jackson said, Does the sum of your changes point to permanent changes in the NMDA receptors? I'm afraid it does. The changes seem to include alteration of amine creation, including the presence of amines that only appear under pathological conditions. Plus, changes in receptor composition, neurotransmitter processes in synapses, and even internal cellular response, although those particular findings are especially preliminary. There's also significant cell death of the kind mapped for trauma or prolonged stress. The neural architecture itself has been rewired. Jackson was on his feet and pacing before he knew it. What data matches do you get for the neural maps? I'm coming to that. The subjects both showed high and invariant heart rate, even while asleep. High skin conductance, marked stress at the cellular level, cerebrospinal fluid, urine, saliva, blood. Everything shows consistent neurotransmitter breakdown products. The map is of a low threshold of limbic hypothalamic arousal, high chronic stress, strong inhibition, rooted in permanent changes in the primary efferent pathway from the amygdala. Vicky said again, English, please? It was Jackson who answered her. The neuropharm, whatever it is, has given Shockey and Dirk the biochemistry of someone born severely inhibited. Afraid of anything new, fearful of separation from familiar people, unwilling to alter known routines because doing that produces painful anxiety. Vicky said, Sharon's baby, little Callie. Yes, it's normal for babies to have stranger anxiety and novelty inhibition at around 6 to 9 months. But then maturation mutes the stranger anxiety, as complex brain functions suppress more primitive ones. But this is a regression to the inhibition of the most severely inhibited toddler, permanently, and without altering DNA or relying on the ongoing presence of foreign chemicals, both of which the cell cleaner would destroy. A natural, pronounced fear of anything new or different. Like Teresa, Jackson thought, but didn't say aloud. A camp full of Teresas. A nation full of Teresas? Were more tribes infected? But why? Vicky said. Rogers looked at her with distaste. The role of the nervous system is to generate behavior. Obviously, someone is experimenting with this kind of behavior. That's not an answer. I don't have an answer, Rogers said. What do you expect in 4 days? Each neuron in the brain can receive up to 100,000 contacts from the other neurons they're wired to in pyramid. Plus, there are receptor sites on other organs beside the brain. There are immense individual variations in neural architecture and drug response. There are... All right, Vicky said. The real question is, what can you do? Can you create a neurofarm to reverse the effects? Jackson, Rogers said, tell your friend that it's a hell of a lot easier to damage living organisms than to reverse damage. Tell her that you had no trouble seeing a fast way to exploit the so-called damage, Vicky struck in. Study how the neural architecture can be permanently altered to bypass the cell cleaner, then adapt it to profitable pleasure drugs. Isn't that what you told Cassie Sanders? So you must see at least a possibility of finding loopholes in this supposedly unalterable biochemistry. Jackson said, she's right, Thurmond, and you know it. Kelvin Kastner should be looking for ways to counteract this. We will, of course, Rogers said. But the enclaves have defenses against missile delivery of biologicals. And individual buildings can be made self-circulating, so can air masks. We might not want to move too precipitously on a counteractive, for the overall civic good. It took Jackson's breath away. Rogers was saying that donkeys would probably not be affected by the inhibiting neurofarm if they were careful. Only livers. And livers who were inhibited, afraid of novelty, terrified of separation from the familiar, such livers would be a much reduced threat. They wouldn't attack enclaves looking for change syringes. They wouldn't attack enclaves at all. They would just live their inhibited, frightened lives in quiet desperation, out of sight and mind of donkeys, until the next generation's unchanged susceptibility to disease killed most of them off. Vicky said softly, "You son of a bitch." Rogers grimaced. Jackson guessed he'd let his anger carry him away and now regretted it. I don't, of course, Rogers said, speak in any official capacity for Kelvin Kastner. I don't possess that authority. Vicky said in that same soft, deadly tone, and I'm sure as well that Kelvin Kastner... Wait, Jackson said. Wait. They both looked at him. One real person, one hollow image. He tried to think. The real question here is who? Who created this neurofarm? For what reason? That should be obvious, Rogers said. It's extremely subtle and advanced biochemistry. The most likely candidate is the super Sleepless. Miranda Sharifi already remade human bodies, now she's after human minds. For what reason? Rogers said angrily, how can we know? They're not human. Jackson ignored that. Wait. You said the biochemistry is very advanced. So advanced that it had to be the supers? Or just advanced beyond what the known scientific establishment can achieve now, without absolutely being beyond normal human capacity? The hollow image was silent. Answer carefully, Thurmond. This is vitally important. Rogers said reluctantly, it's not absolutely beyond normal humans with what we already know about the brain. But it would take a combination of genius, luck, and massive resources. The easier explanation is Miranda Sharifi, Occam's razor. Isn't the only way to shave, Vicky said. All right, you've laid out the basics. Now give us printouts of your actual data. Rogers said, that's proprietary to Kelvin Kastner. If we, Jackson interrupted her. No, that's all right, Thurmond. We don't need your data. It's replicable from anyone in Lizzie's tribe. Or maybe by now other tribes as well. Tribes of Teresas. Afraid of the unfamiliar. Reluctant to deal with strangers. Unwilling to do things differently from however they were doing them when they breathed in the neurofarm. Unwilling to change. Who would want this neurofarm to exist? Any powerful donkey group, governmental or private, with a vested interest in protecting the status quo, which could mean almost any powerful donkey group that existed. Lizzie's tribe had been the first because of her demented public attempt to win an election. They wouldn't be the last. Thurmond Rogers' image watched Jackson keenly. "You're right, of course, Jack. Anyone can replicate our data, which is why we need to move so fast on getting a molecule to patentability. Cassie is seeing Alex Kastner at 8:30, along with a few other potential major players. I can provide you with a suite to clean up a little and the loan of a business suit in your—" "Yes, thanks," Jackson said. Beside him, Vicky went still. Jackson took her hand. "Something for my friend, too, although she'll wait in the suite." "Of course," Rogers said. He looked much happier. He had Vicky figured out. Jackson could almost hear Rogers' thoughts. Not my taste, but actually rather pretty underneath, and Jackson always did like acerbic women he married. Cassie Sanders, didn't he? Vicky mercifully said nothing until the hostess Hollow had shown them to a discreet conference room with a discreet bedroom and bath beyond a discreet door. "Not in the bio-shielded part of the building that Rogers was in," she commented, randomly opening closets. Inside hung both business clothes and bathrobes. "What do you want to bet Rogers only attends the meeting in Hollow?" "Could be. Although this is a nice enough suite at that." She pressed against Jackson and breathed directly into his ear, so low that no listening device could have caught it. "What are you going to do?" It didn't matter that he couldn't see the monitors. They were there. He put his arms around her and whispered back, "Let Cassie commit investment funds." "Why?" "Only way to find out what they do." She nodded against his shoulder. It was disturbing holding her in his arms. She didn't feel like Cassie. She was taller, less rounded. Her skin felt cooler. She smelled different. Jackson had an erection. He released Vicky and turned away, pretending to be busy examining clothing in a closet. When he turned back, he expected to see her smiling sardonically, poised to make some cutting comment. But she wasn't. She stood quietly, somehow forlornly, in the middle of the room, and her face had softened into an expression that on anyone else he would have called wistful. "Vicky?" "Yes, Jackson?" She raised her eyes to his, and he saw with a shock that they were wide with naked need. "Vicky, His mobile spoke. "Moonquake from Teresa Aronow. Repeat, Moonquake from Teresa Aronow." Moonquake was the family code left over from childhood for a high emergency call. Teresa had never used it before. Jackson opened the mobile. Her image was there in some kind of small open cabin. It looked like a plane. But that was impossible. Teresa couldn't ride a plane. Jackson, she gasped. "They're dead." "Who? Who's dead, Teresa?" "Everyone in La Solana. Richard Sharifi." Suddenly, Teresa pulled herself together. "Richard Sharifi. He was in the compound, or at least his recorded image was still there. La Solana." Behind him, Vicky snapped, "Terminal on, news grid, channel 35. A wall screen brightened. "Nuclear detonation at La Solana, the heavily shielded New Mexico compound that is home to Miranda Sharifi's father, Richard Keller Sharifi. No group has claimed credit for the bomb, which of course violates national and international nuclear bans. The White House has issued a statement of outrage, followed by the Pentagon's immediate dispatching of defense bots programmed for minute analysis of the radioactive rubble for any clue as to the bomb's composition, origin, or means of delivery. The energy shield around La Solana was developed by—" Teresa said, "I'm flying home, Jackson." "Tess, hold on. You sound funny. You don't sound like yourself." "I'm not," Teresa said. Her eyes opened very wide, and for a moment she smiled. It was the most unsettling thing Jackson had seen in an unsettling day. Teresa added, in a voice not at all her own, "The pilot says we took 240 rads." And then the screen blanked. "Jesus Christ," Vicky said softly. Is that enough to kill her?" "Probably not, but she's going to be very sick. I've got to go." "What about Cassie?" "To hell with her," Jackson said, and saw Vicky smile and knew, just as Vicky did, that he didn't mean it. Not yet, but maybe someday he would. And meanwhile, Cassie couldn't actually commit major investment capital without his consent or Teresa's, which was, at least, better than nothing. Although nothing like enough. 16. When Lizzie awoke, Vicky was still gone. It was easy to know who was in camp and who wasn't. Everyone gathered at the same time for breakfast under the feeding tarp, and everybody lay or sat in the same place. Some people, Norma Kroll, Grandma Seifert, Sam Webster, even lay in the same position, day after day. The tribe talked softly as they fed, and then they left the feeding ground in the same order and set about the same tasks. Bringing fresh soil with unused nutrients in it, cleaning out the building, tending the children who played the same games with the same toys in the same places, making things of wood or cloth, or getting the wood or cloth in the forest or from the weaving bot, day after day. Lunch at the same time in the same places. Naps for the children, crafts or hollow watching, or water fetching or cards or exercise. Dinner in the same places under the tarp. The same stories at night, when the unseasonably cold April kept everyone inside. Would they still stay inside in June? In August? Just because it had been the routine in April? "I can't stand it," Lizzie had said to her mother. Annie replied, "You always was too impatient, you. Enjoy this time, Lizzie. It's safe and peaceful. Don't you want peace, you, for your baby?" "Not like this," Lizzie shouted, but Annie just shook her head and went back to the wall hanging she was making of woven cloth, pebbles, and dried flowers. When it was done, Lizzie thought in despair, she'd make another one. At 10 o'clock she and Billy would go to bed, because 10 o'clock was their bedtime. They probably made love the same nights each week. Certainly Shocky and Sharon, in the cubicle next to Lizzie's, did. Tuesday and Saturday nights, Sunday afternoon. At least, when Vicky had been in camp, there had been someone else to talk to. Vicky was tense, agitated, frustrated, unpredictable. Vicky was real. She paced through the wood paths, mud clinging to her boots, talking out her fear and her hope. Sometimes it seemed to Lizzie that Vicky couldn't tell one from the other. "We have to wait on Jackson," Vicky had said, smacking one fist into her opposite palm. "Much as I hate doing it, he and his spectacularly obnoxious researcher friend, Thurmond Rogers, are the only way we're going to get to the medical roots of this, Lizzie. It's a medical problem, and it can be fought best with a medical model. Somehow the brain chemistry's been shifted, and we—" "Wait," Lizzie said. "Wait!" Vicky looked at her. "It's not just a medical problem, She heard her own shift into liver language and hated it. Wouldn't she ever learn? "It's political, too. Somebody's doing this, them. It just didn't happen all by itself." "Yes, of course, you're right. But we can't deal directly with the cause. We tried that with the election, remember? The best we can hope for is to manipulate the results. Come on, Jackson, call!" And apparently Jackson eventually had, because now Vicky was gone. To Jackson's wonderful house in Manhattan East. To Kelvin Kastner in Boston? Lizzie didn't know. But the worst was Dirk. "Look, Dirk, a chipmunk." That afternoon she'd carried him a little way into the raw spring woods, dressed in his warm winter jacks, his fringe of dark bangs falling across his forehead under his bright red hood. The whole tiny walk, Dirk buried his head in Lizzie's shoulder and refused to look up. Gently she forced him to raise his eyes. "Look at the chipmunk. Scamper, scamper." The small creature stopped 20 feet away, looked at them inquisitively, and sat on its hind legs, fluffy tail curled upward behind it. It lifted a nut and began to nibble, its head bobbing comically over its small upraised paws. Dirk looked and began to scream in terror. "Stop it! Stop it, damn it!" Lizzie screamed in turn, and was immediately appalled and frightened. What was she doing? Dirk couldn't help it. She cradled him tight and ran back to the building. Annie looked up from her wall hanging. "Lizzie, where'd you take that child, him?" "For a fucking walk." She was angry all over again now that Dirk, in his familiar surroundings, stopped crying. On the floor he saw the blocks Billy had made for him, the blocks he always played with at this time of the afternoon, and kicked for Lizzie to put him down. Annie said, "You watch your language, you. Here, come to Grandma, Dirk. This is our block time, isn't it? Come to Grandma." The baby stopped crying. Happily, he began to pile blocks on top of each other. Annie smiled at him from her chair. Despair took Lizzie. "Where are you going now, child?" Annie said. "Sit down, you, and talk with me." "I'm going back outside." Alarm filled Annie's dark eyes. "No! Stay here, you! Lizzie, sit here with Dirk and me." Lizzie bolted out the door. The sun had come out from behind gray clouds. She began walking aimlessly, anywhere to get away from the placid, safe routine behind her, which would go on day after day after day until everybody died. Striding the path up the mountain, she kicked at twigs fallen in the winter winds. Would the path just become more and more unused if it wasn't part of anyone's routine to walk on it? Would the neural farm spread? Maybe she, Lizzie, would get infected if it came back a second time, and she wouldn't even mind. That was the worst of it. She'd be like Annie, grateful for safety and peace. Lizzie stopped and punched a birch sapling. No. She was 18 years old and she couldn't just give up. She never had, not in her whole life. There had to be something she could do about this. There had to be. But what? She couldn't look for some antidote to the neuro farm. Jackson and Vicky and Thurmond Rogers were already doing that. She couldn't start another election. The way everybody was now, there was even less chance than before that she could get people to vote a liver into power. This had all worked out pretty well for the donkey candidate. Was that why it had happened? Had Donald Thomas Serrano arranged for the safety first neuro farm so that a donkey would win the election? But Jackson had said this was a completely new kind of neuro farm, one that the cell cleaner didn't eliminate because it must get the body to permanently change the proteins the body itself made. No one would waste a new neuro farm like that on a dinky election for Willoughby County District Supervisor. Unless they were just testing it. Unless who was just testing it? This was getting her nowhere. She was just too stupid to figure anything out. Who did she think she was, Miranda Sharifi? She was Lizzie Francie, that's who. The best data dipper in the country. Maybe in the whole goddamn world. All right, she jeered at herself. If she was such a hotshot dipper, why wasn't she dipping? Why was she standing here in the April woods punching baby trees when she should be doing the one goddamn thing she knew how to do? She should, first, protect herself against getting the neuro farm by finding a place to live apart from the tribe. There were all kinds of abandoned cabins up here in the mountains. Other tribes wouldn't be back from the south until the weather warmed up in a few months. She would be safe enough. She could take a spare Y-cone and her terminal and spend 18 hours a day searching the net for answers. Without Dirk? Lizzie's stride faltered. She couldn't take him. If she did, he'd spend his whole time wailing in fear of the new surroundings, and she'd spend her whole time caring for him. Nobody had told her when she'd so blithely gotten pregnant how much sheer time a baby took, especially one that was crawling and putting everything in his mouth. She couldn't take Dirk. She'd have to leave him with Annie and the tribe, where he belonged, until she could somehow find out what she needed to do to help cure him. And she would find out, because she was Lizzie Francie. They, whoever they were not going to defeat her. At a headlong run, Lizzie started back to the camp. She found a foam-cast cabin about 2 miles from the camp. It looked like it had once belonged to a family of livers, the kind of stubborn people who, before the Change Wars, had lived alone on the side of a mountain rather than in a government-supported town. When they'd left, they'd taken or burned for heat everything in the cabin. There was no furniture, no plumbing. Lizzie didn't need them. The door still closed snugly, and the plastic windows were intact. There was a stream in the woods. She cleared out the wildlife living in corners, a raccoon, a snake, newly hatching spiders. She moved in a Y-cone, her bedding, and a plastic water jug. Then she sat cross-legged on her bedding, back against the plain foam-cast wall, and talked to her terminal. She started, because she had to start somewhere, with Donald Serrano. The new Willoughby County District Supervisor was running his office the same way as had the dead Harold Winthrop Wayland. Nothing in Lizzie's careful tracings of Serrano's financial holdings or personal records led even indirectly to a drug company. If that link existed, Serrano had hidden it better than Lizzie could dip. She didn't think the link existed. Next, she tried the major biotech companies. This was much trickier. She didn't want any dipping traced back to her. It took weeks of slow, painstaking work to break all the security codes and get into the DBs. She used phantom searchers, which she constructed in other people's systems chosen at random. The searchers, in turn, constructed elaborate programs of clones, worms, encryptions, and blind alleys. Lizzie secreted the files thus pirated in yet other randomly chosen systems and accessed them only through phantoms. She was very, very careful. But once she had the information, another problem arose. She didn't have the scientific background to know what she was looking at. It did help that she knew what she was looking for, any line of development for neuropharms that changed the brain's permanent reactions in the direction of greater fear. A few companies were working on long-lasting pleasure drugs that could evade the cell cleaner. Nobody, as far as Lizzie could tell, was succeeding. She paid special attention to Kelvin Kastner. Their databanks were full of esoteric reports on what was being done with Dirk's and Shocky's tissue samples. Every day, it seemed, more researchers joined the team. More equipment paid for. More interim reports filed. More lab notes she couldn't read. The doctors were doing something at Kelvin Kastner, something big and growing bigger exponentially. Tech was funding some of it, but whether it was just more pleasure drug research or whether KC was trying to find a counteragent to the fear neuropharm, Lizzie simply couldn't tell. She didn't have the science. Every day, she trudged down the mountain to see Dirk for a few minutes. There was never any message for her from Dr. Aronow on the camp terminal telling her what was going on. Why should he tell her? She was nobody. She turned next to dipping other liver camps. This was both easier and harder. The temporary camps, always moving, usually had one or two young people who could exploit a terminal. Some dipped extensively and deeply, some merely scanned other camps' postings. There were few patterns to look for. On the other hand, almost no liver users knew how to cover their electronic tracks. The data was disorganized, massive, and ragged, but it wasn't encrypted. She wrote programs to access and analyze dozens of different kinds of data, looking for what? How could you use the net to notice fear of new things? If people were afraid of new areas, they simply didn't access them. How did you find an absence of subsets of people across a whole continent? Slowly, her probability programs began yielding patterns. A liver camp in some place called Judith Falls, Iowa, dipped the accounts of nearby donkey warehouses at exactly the same time every day for exactly the same duration. The repetitious pattern had not existed before April. A tribe roaming across Texas sent greetings to exactly the same list of distant relatives in exactly the same order with essentially the same wording on the same days every week, starting April 3rd. A town, apparently pre-change wars, and still occupied by the same people in northern Oregon, data dipped only on Thursday afternoons. Each Thursday, some dipper, whose technique wasn't bad, Lizzie noted approvingly, broke into the same nearby biotech databanks. As near as Lizzie could follow the dipper's tracks, he or she was checking various inventories for change syringes. There never were any. Sitting cross-legged on her pallet, Lizzie pulled at her hair. The cabin door stood wide open. Spring had given way to an early, abrupt summer, even though it was only May. The scent of wild mint blew in on a warm breeze. Birds, nesting, sang in the leafing trees. Lizzie ignored it all. Suppose that these liver camps had been infected with the neuropharm, just like Lizzie's camp. Suppose that was why they showed repeated actions, safe, routine actions. Suppose further that they were test sites too. What good did knowing this do her? Lizzie couldn't travel to Iowa or Texas or Oregon to investigate these camps. And even if she could, so what? She might find that other livers were lab rats too. Like her Dirk. But knowing that wouldn't help change anything. Her neck and back ached from sitting so long, and her left foot was asleep. She had to figure out something else to try. All right, forget the livers who'd been infected and the drug companies that might have made the drug. Who else? Who wanted everything to stay exactly the same? Donkey politicians, yes. Shocky's non-election had proved that. But how to find out which politicians could create such a political weapon? No monitor and flagging programs, no Leland-Warner decision algorithms, and no probability equations had yielded anything significant. So now what? Follow the money. Something Vicky always said. But she'd tried to do that, through the drug company investments, and gotten nowhere. Or nowhere she could understand. So now what? Don't start with the end product, the neuropharm, and follow it to the money. Start with the money and follow it to the neuropharm. But that was impossible. Lizzie could dip the records of the world's major banks, or most of them anyway, but she often couldn't follow the transactions she uncovered. She lacked the financial sophistication. And not once had she been able to change anything in any bank records. Well, she didn't need to do that now. The problem was something else. The sheer volume of daily transfers of money around the Earth, Moon, Mars, and orbital accounts. How was she supposed to tell which ones had anything to do with a secret neuropharm developed who knew where by who knew who? It was impossible. She couldn't follow the drug development. She couldn't follow the money. All right, then try again. If those camps in Iowa and Texas and Oregon were test sites for the neuropharm, the people who tested would want to know the results. They'd be observing, probably by RoboCam, maybe by high-zoom low-orbit satellite, which meant they would also be observing her tribe. A shiver ran over Lizzie. Were stealth probes, disguised by Y-shields, observing her hiding place in the mountain cabin? Did they watch her go back and forth to see Dirk every day? Was someone amused at the idea that Lizzie thought she could escape infection that easily if they decided they wanted her infected? Worse, was someone, despite all her care, following her electronic footsteps as she dated it day and night? She got up, stamped her sleeping foot, and went to the door of the cabin. She looked stupidly up at the bright blue sky. Of course, there was nothing to see. The fresh scent of mint made her remember that she hadn't bathed or washed her hair in days. She smelled like something hit by a maglev train. She went back inside and sat on her dirty pallet, staring at her terminal. It didn't have radar capability, especially not if the probes were actually in orbit and actually stealth. Visual monitoring was beyond her, but she could detect a ground source data stream within a mile or so radius. If there were implanted transmitters of any kind monitoring the camp, she could find them if she just moved her terminal to various points around the woods. Unless, of course, the theoretical hidden probes found her first and stopped sending. On the third night, she found it, a steady data stream, heavily encrypted, from a source in a thick pine tree 40 yards away from the tribe building. It had a clear scan of the feeding ground. Lizzie wasn't sure what the data were. She couldn't dip the stream. That itself was scary. But even if she couldn't break the coding, and she tried, she could at least determine where the data stream went. It beamed itself upward, undoubtedly to a relay satellite in orbit. From there, its destination was theoretically so scrambled it was unknowable. But not to Lizzie. Relay data were old news to her. She worked at the problem an entire morning while warm rain pattered on the roof, and her heart ached to hold Dirk. Eventually, as she knew she would, she dipped the transmission data. She gasped and glanced wildly around, although of course there was nobody to see. Then, heart pounding as badly as Dirk's whenever she took him away from his blocks, she shut down her entire system. She even closed and locked the Janssen Segura terminal. Sitting cross-legged, staring at nothing at all, she tried to think about implications and meanings and safeguards, and couldn't. The observations about her tribe were indeed being transmitted to orbit, to Sanctuary. "I have to find Dr. Aronow," Lizzie said to Billy Washington, because she had to tell somebody. She'd found Billy where he always was in the early afternoon, fishing in the creek. "No, you best stay here, you," Billy said, but more mildly than Annie would have. Individual biochemical differences, Dr. Aronow had said. People reacted differently, sometimes very differently, to any drug. "I can't stay here, Billy. I have to find Dr. Aronow and Vicky." "Speak up, you. I can't hardly hear you." "No, I'm not going to speak louder, Billy." The monitor was a quarter-mile away, but Lizzie wasn't taking chances. "How can I get to Manhattan East Enclave?" "Manhattan? You can't, you know that." "I don't believe it. You know a lot more than you let on, Billy. You talked to strangers all the time before we settled here for the winter." She saw the alarm flickering in his eyes at the mention of strangers. "The grav rail doesn't run it, I checked, but there must be some way." Something tugged on his line. Billy pulled it out of the creek, but the line was empty and the bait gone. He stuck another worm on his hook. "You got a baby now, Lizzie. You got no business going off someplace dangerous when you got Dirk to take care of." "How can I get to Manhattan East?" "You can't, you." Even before the Nero farm, Billy had been stubborn. When Lizzie said nothing, the old man finally said, "You got to talk to Dr. Aronow, you, then call him." "I can't." "Why not?" "Because anything that went out over her terminal would be overheard by Sanctuary." She couldn't say that. Billy, the neuro-farmed Billy, would have heart failure. "I just can't, Billy. Don't ask me questions." Again he looked alarmed. Billy jerked up his line, even though there had been no tug, and looked at his worm. He put the line back in the water. "Billy, I know that you know. How can I get to Manhattan East?" "You got no business even." "How?" Light sweat filmed Billy's cheeks. Lizzie fought down her impatience. By now, Annie would have been in full-blown panic. So would Shocky, that once swaggering braggart. Individual chemical differences. Finally, Billy said, "A man, he told me last fall, that the grav rail tracks east of the river go directly into Manhattan East. But you can't get through the Enclave shield, Lizzie. You know that, you." "What river? Where?" "What river? We only got but one, us. The one this here creek flows into." Only got but one. What didn't exist in Billy's world since the Nero farm just didn't exist. And yet, once, he'd probably been the only one in camp to explore any larger geography. "How many days' walk?" Lizzie said. Now he did start to panic. He put a trembling hand on her arm. "Lizzie, you can't go, you. It's too dangerous. A young girl alone. And besides, you got Dirk." His breathing accelerated. Suddenly, Lizzie remembered how Billy had been when Lizzie was a child, before the change, when Billy's heart had been clogged and weak. He'd gotten gasping and dizzy just like this. Love flooded her, and compassion and exasperation. "Okay, Billy. Okay." Promise me you won't go alone." "I promise," Lizzie said. Well, she wouldn't go alone. She'd take her terminal, plus the personal shield Vicky had left with her. Okay, Billy said. His breathing eased. He'd always trusted her word. In a few more minutes, he was absorbed again in his fishing. Lizzie watched him. His dark eyes, alert in their sunken face, watched the water. He'd taken off his hat so his nearly bald head, fringed with gray curls above his ears, could absorb the soft sunlight. The hat hung on a tree branch. Every day at this time he must make the decision to leave the hat on or take it off. Every day he must place the plastic bucket for fish in the same place on the grass. Every day he must dig the same number of worms, methodically baiting the hook in the same way until the worms were gone. Every day. What was Jennifer Sharifi doing? Lizzie didn't know. She could date a dip as well as anybody in the country, but Jennifer Sharifi was a sleepless. Not a super like Miranda, but still a sleepless. And she had all the money in the world. She was changing the people Lizzie loved, tacking them down to one place and one routine, like they were so many programmed bots. Lizzie wasn't going to be fool enough to think she knew why or what to do about it. Jennifer Sharifi had once tried to force the United States to let Sanctuary secede, and had held 5 cities hostage to a terrorist virus that could kill everyone in those cities, and had gone to jail for longer than Lizzie's whole life. Lizzie knew when she was out of her depth. She needed help. It was almost a relief to finally admit it. Almost. She left that night, skirting the hidden transmitter by walking in a wide circle down the mountain. She stayed away from the old broken roads. That was where Sanctuary would expect people to walk, wasn't it? And so would logically set their monitors. Walking through the woods in the dark, keeping the creek in sight, wasn't easy. Terminal in her backpack, she made slow progress. She couldn't have done it at all if a full moon hadn't shone brightly, aided by what looked like millions of stars. Struggling through the brush, Lizzie tried to stay under trees, in case Sanctuary was using high-resolution space imaging. Later on, she would wear Vicky's personal shield, and let herself be wrapped in a clear, protective energy field that would keep her from being scratched by brambles, stung by insects, frightened of every noise in the brush. But not now. Not until she was farther away from camp. Personal shields set up a detectable field. Sanctuary couldn't monitor the entire state, could they? By morning, she'd reached the place where the creek joined the river. She was exhausted. She crawled under a windfall of brush that shielded her from sight from above, but still let the bright morning sun slant in. Taking off her clothes, Lizzie fed. Then she gratefully turned on the personal shield and slept all day. When she awoke toward dusk, she wasn't alone. It was summer. Tribes of livers that had spent the winter in the warm south were now roaming back. This tribe sounded small and familial. Lizzie heard several babies crying, changed or unchanged. She didn't emerge from her hiding place to look. Her biggest danger was not starvation, nor sickness, nor accident. It was others of her own kind. Not all tribes were small or familial. At night she started off again. It was much easier wearing the personal shield. Billy had taught her a lot about hiding in the woods, or out of them, and that would help too. She'd worry about Manhattan East when she got there. Interlude. Transmission date, April 20th, 2121. To Selene Base, Moon. Via Mall Enclave Ground Station, GEO Satellite C-1494, U.S. Message type, encrypted. Message class, Class A, Federal Transmission. Originating group, Internal Revenue Service. Message. Dear Ms. Sharifi, the Internal Revenue Service is in receipt of your personal federal tax return for 2020, which was filed electronically from Selene Base, Moon. However, the return is unsigned. For electronic returns, a manual signature rendered by digital pen or equivalent technology is required by federal law. Therefore, I am attaching electronic form 1987A for your signature. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Madeline E. Miller. Madeline Elizabeth Miller, District Commissioner, Internal Revenue Service. Acknowledgement? None received. 17. Jennifer Sharifi followed Chad Manning into the conference room of Sharifi Labs on Sanctuary. A large U-shaped table arched around 3 walls, backed by 18 chairs. In the center of the U, a clear plastic panel, unshatterable by anything short of nuclear detonation, was set into the orbital floor. As Sanctuary orbited, the view beneath the floor changed from black space brilliant with stars to the huge blue and white eyeball of the Earth. The panel opaqued automatically whenever the sun flashed into too bright view. Around the edges of the panel curled a decorative border of Arabic design, intricate interlocking geometrics copied from ancient weavings at Kashmir. The border was programmed to change colors to complement the view. It turned the solar system into a rug under Sanctuary's feet. "Door close," Dr. Manning said. In the large empty room, his voice echoed faintly. "Sit down, Jennifer." "I'd rather stand, thank you. What is it you wish to show me?" Chad pulled a sheaf of papers from his pocket. That alone was significant. His information, whatever it was, wasn't online, not even in the heavily shielded programs of the Neurofarm project. And yet Chad Manning was not, as Jennifer well knew, a particularly suspicious person. She knew everything there was to know about Dr. Chad Parker Manning. Chief scientist for Sharifi Labs, he was the only one of the project team who had not been sent to prison at the same time as Jennifer for the original attempt to make Sanctuary safe. The inclusion of one outsider on the team had been inevitable. The geneticists imprisoned for treason had lost too much time incarcerated in a field that still changed rapidly every few years, and the project had to be run from Sharifi Labs. The labs had the equipment for checking Strukoff's claims, for detailed analyses of Strukoff's results before Jennifer committed the next huge section of her fortune to the sleeper renegade. There was no way the secret team could not include Sharifi Labs' chief scientist. Robert Day, Sanctuary's business manager and another imprisoned hero of the original attempt to free Sanctuary, had chosen Manning from among the sleepless scientists. Robert had been released from prison 10 years before Jennifer. He'd had time to investigate thoroughly, recruit slowly, be completely sure. Dr. Chad Manning was not the scientific genius that Sergei Strukoff was. A generation produced only one such genius. But as a scientist, Chad was solid, methodical, completely capable of dogging Strukoff's scientific footsteps, even if Chad could never have ventured along those same paths first. Just as important, he was completely committed to safeguarding Sanctuary by whatever means became necessary. Jennifer trusted him. "I've been playing with Strukoff's virus," Chad said. "In simulation, of course, and I found something." "Yes? What sort of something? And is there a reason we're not looking at your simulations?" "I destroyed them. These are the printouts. Although, of course, I can recreate the sims if you want to check them." He unfolded the sheaf of papers. Chad Manning's parents had made him Gene Mod handsome on a fairly uncommon template. Sensitive and delicate. He had a thin face, high, sharp cheekbones, pale skin, and the long, flexible fingers of a violinist. The fingers trembled as he handed the papers to Jennifer. "The first pages are biochemical equations, models. I can go through each of them for you if you like afterward. Look now at the last page." Jennifer did. 2 identical computer-sketched drawings of protein folds. Below them, a probability equation. The variables were written out by hand. "The difference is very subtle," Chad said, and she heard the strain in his voice. "See, there, on the farthest left segment, the chromosomal difference is only a few amino acids." Now Jennifer saw the 2 drawings weren't identical after all. One small area of one protein fold differed from the other. "What's most important is that to discover this, you have to be really following an unlikely simulated trail," Chad said. His agitation was growing. "I just sort of stumbled over it. It's not a common mutation, and it's on one of Strukoff's proteins that you wouldn't expect to do this. But Jennifer, look at the equations." The protein folds conveyed little to Jennifer. She was not a microbiologist, but the math was a standard probability equation. The probability of the protein fold mutation occurring spontaneously within a year's time, given Chad's variables for replication and infection rates, was 38.72%. She said composedly, "What effect would this protein fold have on the virus?" "It will make it viable outside the human body, and thus transmissible." In other words, instead of having to breathe in the virus, which is then destroyed by the cell cleaner, but not before it sets off the cascade reaction of natural amines, instead of having to breathe it in, the virus would become transmissible from person to person. It could survive on skin, clothing, hair, in body folds. For how long? Jennifer asked. Unknown, but certainly a few days. And in this form, it can enter the body through skin punctures or orifices. An infected person can infect others for at least a few days. That couldn't happen with the previous foldings. Every virus not breathed in from the first strike died a few minutes later. Or if it was breathed in, it was destroyed anyway by the cell cleaner. Jennifer didn't allow her puzzlement to show on her face. But Chad, that's what we've intended all along, isn't it? The second mode of delivery that Strukov is supposed to give us is just that, transmissible by human contact. Why do you consider this a problem? Because if the virus mutates naturally, before Strukov is ready to release his transmissible form, he can't control it. Jennifer waited. She still didn't fully understand Chad's agitation, but she didn't say so. Never reveal how much you don't understand, not even to allies. She waited. Chad said, "There are two problems. No, three. If the virus mutates before we're ready, we'll no longer control its spread. The drone delivery schedule, as you know, was carefully drawn up to avoid attracting scientific or military attention as long as possible. That will no longer be in our control." "It already isn't," Jennifer said. "Kelvin Kastner Pharmaceuticals happened to stumble across a liver test site. You know that." "True, but they aren't bringing in the CDC or Brookhaven. At least not yet. Second, as soon as a virus becomes viable outside the body, it means places like Kelvin Kastner can study the original proteins, not just the secondary effects on the brain. That will give them a big jump forward on finding a vaccine, or even a reverser." "But you said finding those would be very difficult, even after the virus is directly transmissible." "Oh, it will," Chad said. "It will. But we don't want to give the sleepers any edge at all. Third, if the virus can mutate this way, with a 38.72% probability, and I only found it by accident, what else might it do? And does Strukov know?" "Don't tell him," Jennifer said swiftly, "and don't ask him. There's no way to tell if his answer was the truth." Chad nodded. Jennifer, pondering, studied the clear panel beneath her feet. Stars, cold and remote and sharp, but up close, she reminded herself, they were very messy aggregations of violent collisions. "I want the rest of the team to know about this, Chad, although you did right to show it to me first, and to destroy the simulations." Sanctuary had its own teenage data dippers. Ordinarily, Jennifer was pleased by that. They were the next generation of systems scientists, and the more ingenious their technique, the better. But not this time. "We have to design a new delivery schedule, a much more rapid one." "Will the Peruvians be able to accelerate the hardware manufacture?" "I don't know. That's the real difficulty." Strukov, Jennifer was sure, could handle any shift in plans on his end. "I'll get Robert and Khalid on it." "All right," Chad said. Jennifer could see that he had calmed down. Her calm had infected him, as it was supposed to. He held the door of the conference room for her, but Jennifer shook her head. "I will stay here a while." Chad nodded and closed the door. Jennifer gazed at the bordered floor panel. Earth was sliding into view. Clouds over the Pacific Ocean, so beautiful, so treacherous, so morally diseased, but so beautiful. A sudden desire came over her to once again see Tony Indovino's grave in the Allegheny Mountains of New York. Tony Indovino, whom she had loved when she was young, as she'd never loved since. Tony, killed by the sleepers, but not before he'd conceived of sanctuary, the safe haven for them all. Jennifer destroyed the thought. Tony was dead. What was dead no longer existed. What no longer existed must not be allowed to control the living even momentarily. To allow that was to risk maudlin and ineffective sentimentality. Tony was dead. No one who was dead mattered to Jennifer any longer. No one. I think you should read the reports, Will said, at least once. No, Jennifer said. She moved slightly farther away from his body in their bed. And I asked you not to bring up the subject again. I know what you asked, Will said evenly. Then please respect my request. Will raised himself on one elbow and looked at her. You run the Neurofarm project, Jennifer. That means you should be aware of every factor. The aftermath of La Solana is a factor. The FBI-CIA team has determined that the bomb came in on a trajectory from the Rocky Mountain site, as we expected. They're analyzing every molecule of matter up there. You should at least monitor the reports we've dipped to. Jennifer got out of bed. In one fluid motion, she put on a pale, austere robe. She left the bedroom. Jennifer, Will called after her. And now she heard his anger, that regrettable anger that weakened Will so much as a project member, as an ally, as a man. Jennifer, you can't go on pretending La Solana wasn't real. It happened. Yes, it happened, Jennifer thought, closing the bedroom door on Will's voice. Past tense. It was over. There was no reason to think about it anymore. What was over was no more real now than what had never existed. There was no difference. Their small sitting room, all personal dwellings on Sanctuary were small, was dark. Lights on, Jennifer said. Lately she didn't care for the dark. Sometimes she thought she glimpsed a figure at the edges of dark rooms. A short, thick body with masses of unruly dark hair held by a red ribbon. The figure wasn't real, of course. It didn't exist. Therefore, it never had. 18. Teresa was very sick. But if she had been changed, she would have been ever sicker. Jackson found he couldn't appreciate the irony. Teresa had been exposed to 240 rads. As soon as Jackson raced back from Kelvin Kastner to their apartment, he scrubbed as much of it as possible out of her system. He didn't send her to a hospital. The enclaves no longer had hospitals worthy of the name. Not necessary. Jackson ordered the equipment he needed by emergency comlink. It reached his apartment at the same time he did. Teresa was hysterical. Shh, Tessie, it's going to be all right. Hang on, sweetheart, it's okay. Just help us as much as you can. Dead, Teresa cried over and over. Dead, dead, dead. No, you're not going to die. Shh, Tessie, hush. But he couldn't calm her. Sedate her, Vicky said, struggling to hold Teresa's flailing arms. Jackson, it's kinder. He did. Then he and Vicky worked on Teresa's limp body. He pumped out the contents of her stomach and sent specialized robotic scouring tubes down her esophagus and bronchial tree, up her rectum, into her nose and ears and vagina, and across her retinas. He and Vicky scrubbed every inch of Teresa's skin with a chemical compound. Vicky cut Teresa's long, fair hair and shaved off the stubble. For that, Jackson left the room. He stood in the hallway and pounded his fists on the wall. When he returned, Vicky was kind enough not to look directly at his face. He inserted an endotracheal tube. The lining of her airway was going to slough and swell, and she would need mechanical help in breathing. Next came an injection to make her sweat as much as possible, an IV laced with nutrients and electrolytes. When he and Vicky were done, they stood over Teresa's form lying on her bed, covered with a cotton sheet. Invasive monitors fed to a central terminal, supplemented by green texture monitor patches dotting her skin. She looked, Jackson thought despairingly, like a skinny, plucked, moldy sparrow. Vicky said, "I'll stay, Jackson. You can't nurse your sister through this alone." "I ordered a nursing bot with radiation sickness software. It'll be here soon. It had to be shipped from Atlanta." "No substitute for people." "Do you know anything about radiation sickness?" he said, more harshly than he intended. "You'll teach me." "But Lizzie and Dirk don't need me," she finished. "Lizzie can manage fine. And at least nothing novel and innovative is going to happen at the camp." Jackson didn't smile. He barely heard her. "If Teresa were changed." "I guessed that she wasn't," Vicky said. "But why not?" He ignored the question. "If she were changed, this would actually be worse. When Miranda Sharifi designed the cell cleaner, she didn't take into account radiation sickness. Well, she couldn't cover everything. The cell cleaner roots out aberrant DNA. That's how come it catches tumors so early. But Teresa," he couldn't finish. Vicky did it for him. "Is going to be a mass of mutated aberrant DNA. Jackson, I'm so sorry. Where's the tech pilot?" "Went home herself, I guess." "Then let's hope she's related to a doctor, too." He looked at Vicky angrily. "I'm not a roving humanitarian, damn it. The pilot isn't my patient." Vicky didn't answer, but she touched his shoulder briefly before saying, "I'm going to get some sleep. You watch her now, and I'll relieve you in a few hours." "Ask the house system to wake you up. Its name is Jones, and the guest program entry word is Michelangelo." "I know," Vicky said. And Jackson didn't think to ask her how she knew. After an hour, he called the Manhattan East Airfield and sent a message to the tech pilot who had flown Teresa Aronow. He appended a file on treating radiation sickness. Then he pulled a chair close to his sister's bed and watched her sleeping face while it was still whole. Vicky crept into the room in the middle of the night and said gently, "Let me sit with her." Jackson had been half dozing. He had dreamed fitfully. Huge blobs attacked him, trying to engulf his head. He realized they had been Teresa's T-cells being mobilized to fight her own body. He sat up in his chair and said groggily, "No, I'll stay here." "Jackson, you look like shit. Go to bed. Nothing is going to change before morning." But Teresa was already changing. Radiation burns across her pale skin, sores inside her mouth and on her tongue. "Jackson?" "I'll stay." She pulled up a chair and sat beside him. Some minutes, hours later, he woke to find himself stumbling along the hallway to his bedroom, Vicky tugging him along. He didn't remember falling asleep or waking up. She dumped him fully clothed on his bed, and instantly he sank into restless dreams. The next time he woke, Cassie was shaking his shoulder, looming over him like a Greek fury. "Jackson, I've left you a dozen top priority messages from KC. What's the matter with you? Don't you realize how important this deal is? And even if you don't, can't you at least do me the courtesy of answering once in 36 hours, even if you're sulking? God, I can't believe that you—" "I'd rather you didn't disturb Jackson," Vicky said sweetly from the doorway of Jackson's bedroom. Cassie turned slowly. Her honey-colored skin paled, making the flecks in her eyes more brilliantly green. "Jackson needs his sleep," Vicky continued in that same voice of sweet reason. "So it might be better if you left now." Cassie had recovered herself, always a dangerous mood. "I don't think so. Diana, isn't it? Or Victoria? True, Jack looks pretty well done in. You must have given him quite a workout. I'm sure he enjoyed it. But we have grown-up items to discuss now, so if you've already been paid, the building system can call you a GoBot. Now, Jack, if you like, I'll wait in your study while you shower." Vicky only smiled. Suddenly, Jackson was sick of them both. He heaved himself off the bed. "Don't be so stupid, Cassie. Teresa is sick. I don't have time to think about Kelvin Kastner until she's out of danger." Cassie's face changed. "Sick? Seriously? With what? Jackson, a change syringe—" "Not this time. It's radiation sickness." He pushed past her and strode to Teresa's room. Cassie ran after him. His sister lay quietly asleep, no change in her monitor readings. Cassie saw Teresa and gasped. "What? Jack?" She was in range of the nuclear explosion that took out La Solana. By now it must be on all the news grids. Cassie always watched news grids. "Tess went to New Mexico? That's impossible." "I would have said so." "Oh my God, Jack! I'll stay here and help you nurse her." This was Cassie at her most genuine, Cassie at her most lovable. She gazed at Teresa with affection and pain. Jackson said, "Vicky's nursing her just fine," and was immediately too wretched to relish his own cruelty. "All right," Cassie said humbly. She laid one tentative hand on the very edge of Teresa's bed. Jackson closed his eyes. "Tell me what you want to do about Kelvin Kastner." "It can wait," Cassie said in a low voice. "No, it can't. And there's nothing I can do for Teresa this minute anyway. Tell me." All right. I want to commit $500 million initially. More on a rolling schedule with go, no-go achievement targets. I sent you the proposed target schedule. We own 15% of gross profits on this project only, with roughly standard liabilities and exposure. The ROI and long-term interlocks. No, not those things. Don't tell me those things. What is KC going to do? Race to get a patentable delivery molecule based on the liver tissue samples and brain alterations. The first computer models are already running. There are hundreds of possibilities to check on, of course, maybe thousands. But if we get the patentable model, we can use it as the basis of an incredible number of cleaner-resistant pharmaceuticals. The preliminary applications team has already started brainstorming. Cleaner-resistant. Jackson had never heard the term before. Maybe the preliminary applications team had just brainstormed it. He took a last look at Teresa's readings, and then led Cassie out of Teresa's room. The nursing bot floated closer to the bed. In the hallway, Jackson said, "I'll vote to invest the funding, and commit Teresa's votes too, on one condition. The first line of research, the first, Cassie, with majority allocation of talent and resources, goes to a counteragent for the original neuropharm that affected the livers. A reverser that will restore their cerebral biochemistry to previous functioning, without the stranger anxiety and the inhibition toward novelty and all the fucking fear. Is that agreed?" Cassie hesitated only a moment. "Agreed." "You can get Alex Kastner to agree?" "Yes." She sounded confident. Jackson wondered suddenly if she was sleeping with Kastner, or with Thurmond Rogers. He said, "Get it in a contract and send it to me. And I'll want constant recorded progress reports on the counteragent, plus lab records." "No problem." "And put in the contract that I'm officially informed the very minute there's any breakthroughs of any significant kind at all on any aspect of the entire project." "You got it. The contract will be at your apartment tomorrow morning. We can record the voting commitment right now. Yours in person, Teresa's by proxy. But, Jack," her voice trembled, "how bad is Tessie? Will she... She won't die." Jackson looked at Cassie. Her eyes, raised to his from her shorter height, filled with sudden tears. "Tess will recover. It'll take a long time, but she'll recover." "Long term?" "Long term, she's going to have to take the change syringe. It's the only thing that'll keep her from eventual cancers." "But there aren't any more syringes. Unless you..." "Of course I have one for Teresa, in my father's private safe. I've always kept one for Teresa." Cassie's face showed sudden understanding of what it had cost him as a doctor to do that, as the public health crisis grew, to watch babies dying and know he could save one more of them. She stepped forward and put her arms around him, and he let her. Her full breasts were soft against his chest. The top of her head fit familiarly under his chin. He was so tired. In his peripheral vision, he saw Vicky disappear around the corner of the hallway. Teresa developed oozing sores over her skull, face, and body. Her tissues swelled until, if she hadn't been on heavy painkillers, the pressure of the soft bed would have been agony. Her firm, small breasts turned into ulcerated bags with cracked and bleeding nipples. She couldn't talk. Her mouth, her tongue, her gums became as much a mass of ulcers as her radiation-burned body. Sometimes, rising briefly to consciousness, she tried to mumble around the endotracheal tube. Her swollen eyes looked urgently into Jackson's. "And He always sedated her. He couldn't stand it. "Patient's progress within normal limits," the nursing bot said pleasantly several times a day. "Do you wish for detailed readings?" "For God's sake, Jackson, get some sleep," Vicky said, equally often. "You look like something Miranda Sharifi's lab team threw away." Mm, 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 mm. De, Teresa tried. He increased the sedative. Twice a day, as per contract, lab records arrived from Kelvin Kastner, reams of raw data. Jackson read only the summaries, hastily spoken by Thurmond Rogers. "Jack, we've developed computer models of the most likely protein foldings for the initial molecule based on most probable receptor site responses. Unfortunately, there are 643 level A possible foldings, so the testing is going to take some time, and we thought of—" "That's enough, Carolyn," Jackson told his system. "File the reports by date, speaker, and whatever else fits best retrieval protocol. And leave me alone." "Yes, Dr. Aronow," Carolyn said. "Jack, how is Tess?" Cassie's image said daily, more than daily. He didn't know how often because he never linked with her calls. Once he heard Cassie's voice in another room talking with Vicky. With Vicky? Conflict? Sparring? Dueling? He didn't go in. Teresa lost flesh she couldn't afford to lose. Her already thin body grew skeletal, arms and legs like wire clothes hangers, knees and elbows chisel sharp. Her sores oozed and wept. The progress reports from Kelvin Kastner, Thurmond Rogers told him daily, didn't seem to progress. The computer models weren't panning out. The algorithms didn't, upon investigation, apply. There were possibilities only. Tentative hypotheses later disproved. Unsatisfactory animal testing results. They needed a breakthrough, Thurmond Rogers explained in messages that Jackson watched only until he had their gist. The breakthrough would come, Rogers said. It hadn't yet, however. "After all, we're not Miranda Sharifi and Jonathan Markowitz," Rogers added testily. "Patient's progress within normal limits," the nursing bot said. "Sleep. Your sanity is consumable, you know," Vicky said. "Possibly a decapeptide, triggering cell response in—" Dead. How is she, Jack? How are you? Answer me, damn it. After a month, Teresa still had radiation burns on her face and body. Her muscles had atrophied. Her sores stopped oozing. Jackson wanted her to eat, even though she wouldn't have any real appetite for weeks yet. To eat, she had to come off sedation. He and Vicky propped Teresa up against her pillows. Beside the bed, Vicky placed a huge bouquet of Gene Mod flowers, pink and yellow, and a deep subtle orange. Then she discreetly left the room. The nursing bot prepared a liquid protein with a straw that smelled of raspberries. Teresa had always liked raspberries. "Jack, son." "Don't try to talk, Tessie, if it hurts. You've been sick, but you're going to be fine. I'm right here." She stared at him fuzzily. Her head was completely hairless, scabbed, burned, but slowly, her pale blue eyes cleared. Mirror. I said don't talk, honey. Mirror. He gave in. "Let me help. Miranda Sharifi. You went out to La Solana to research your book about Lisha Camden, right? To talk to Miranda's father? Because he once knew Lisha? Teresa hesitated. The hairless, pathetic head nodded slightly. She winced as the back of her skull scraped the soft pillow. Dead. Richard Sharifi is dead. Somebody bombed La Solana, and he was vaporized. Jackson saw the question in her eyes. No, the government doesn't know who set off the bomb. It was apparently a drone ground-launched from the New Mexico mountains. No group has claimed credit, nobody's been arrested, and if the FBI has leads, they aren't making them public. And Selene Base hasn't retaliated or even made any public comment. Not at Selene. What's not at Selene? Tess, honey, don't try to talk anymore. I can see how it's hurting you. All this can wait until you... Dead. Miranda. Jackson gently held Teresa's hand. Miranda Sharifi is dead? You can't know that, honey. Talked to her. Me saw her. You saw Miranda Sharifi? He glanced at the monitor. Teresa's temperature, skin conductance, and brain scan were normal. She wasn't hallucinating. Honey, you couldn't have. Miranda's at Selene, on the moon. No! She's not? She was at La Solana? Tess, how could that be? Teresa glared at him, watery blue eyes in a hideously deformed head. Then tears started to fall. Jackson saw her wince where their salt touched her skin. Dead! Dead! Tess, oh, don't. If she says she saw Miranda and Miranda's dead, then it's probably true, Vicky's voice said behind him. She knows what she saw, and it's the only motive that makes sense for bombing La Solana without taking credit or making demands. Teresa looked past Jackson at Vicky standing in the doorway. Teresa nodded, a tremendous effort. Then her eyes closed, and she was asleep. Jackson whirled on Vicky. Do you know what you're saying? Better than you do, probably. Vicky's face contorted, and she left the room. Jackson didn't follow her. He gazed down at Teresa, who lay propped up, her poor mouth fallen open. Gently, Jackson settled her flat on the bed. He walked the length of the apartment, through the Y-shield onto the terrace. It was apparently dusk. Jackson had lost track of the hours, the days. The trees and flower beds in the park below bloomed in full summer Jean Maud glory. He thought it must be sometime in May. Teresa said that Miranda Sharifi was dead. And the rest of the super Sleepless too? Maybe. They had usually stayed together, in a pack of their own kind. Maybe because that was the only way they could find anyone who understood them. Or maybe just for simple protection. They stayed together and hid, and then used all their technology to make the world think they were hiding someplace else, as yet another added protection. And if Teresa was right, none of it had helped. The haters had gotten them anyway. The treetops below danced in a sudden breeze. Standing at the very edge of the terrace, Jackson could hear the leaves rustle, smell their cool moisture. In the southeast, just below the moon, a bright planet shone steadily. Probably Jupiter. Or a hollow of Jupiter, voted in by the Enclave Weather Committee. Let's add a planet to the dome programming this month. The children can learn to use the sky tracking software. Jackson saw again the printouts of unchanged liver children on Teresa's study wall. Dying in bloat and putrefaction from lack of the sanitation nobody needed to practice anymore, or lack of change syringes, or lack of medical attention. And now, there never would be any more change syringes. People and groups and governments could send endless messages or even expeditions to Selene, and it wouldn't matter. Unless the supers had left a huge cache of syringes somewhere for posthumous discovery, there would be no more changing for this next generation. Or the next. Or the next. Not even for donkey children with sky-scanning software. The biochemistry nanotech was too far beyond normal humanity, even gene mod humanity. You couldn't get to the Industrial Revolution when you'd only just invented the wheel. Jackson put both hands on the terrace railing and leaned over. From the street 4 stories below came the soft sound of a woman's laughter, followed by a man's, smooth and tenor. Jackson couldn't glimpse either of them. The air smelled of mint and mown grass and roses. Eden, Teresa had once said of Central Park during her religious phase. She'd been 12 and had wanted to become a nun. Eden. For how long? There were probably syringes hoarded, family by family, throughout the enclaves. 1 or 2 here, more there. Newborns would be injected secretly before outsiders knew the syringes existed and could steal them. When the hoarded syringes were all gone, the birth rate would drop even further than it had, as parents secure in the change contemplated the disease and food needs of unchanged infants. Finally, people would have babies anyway, because people always did. Then medicine would revive from a coma, feverish with research on pleasure drugs, and donkeys would get along about as well as they always had behind their Y shields, which would expand every year as the need grew to put more land under agriculture, under dairy farms, under soy synth factories, under tougher security shields. But the enclaves would adapt. They had all the technology to do so. No expulsion from Eden here. And the livers? No need to ask what would happen there. It was already happening. Famine, death, disease, war. And eventually, they would relearn subsistence survival skills. Or if the neurofarm inhibiting tolerance for novelty continued to spread, they wouldn't learn. They'd just cling to old routines designed for changed bodies that the new generation didn't have. And the donkeys, embittered by the change wars and all too aware that livers had already been economically unnecessary for at least 3 generations, would do nothing. Genocide by universal inaction. The Lord doesn't help those who are cerebrochemically incapable of helping themselves, who are too terrified of change to let anyone else anywhere near them, and who just lost their last extraterrestrial champions. Jackson breathed deeply of the sweet artificial air and closed his eyes. Jackson, Vicky said behind him, Teresa's calling for you. In a minute. To his surprise, he felt Vicky's arms creep around him from behind. Her cheek rested against his back. His shirt grew wet. He remembered that while he'd been thinking of the dead super Sleepless as mostly a source of change syringes, Vicky had had some kind of unexplained personal history with them. He said, not turning around, You met Miranda Sharifi. I met her, yes, twice. What lunatic killed them? Too many candidates to enumerate. The world is full of the disgruntled and the disgusted. Yeah, all kinds of losers who resent the winners. I'm not sure Miranda was ever a winner, Vicky said. Not ever. But she and her kind were our one shot at forced radical evolution. Only Sanctuary could have created them, and Sanctuary will never do it again. And then Jackson saw it. His hands tightened on the railing. The air suddenly smelled noxious. Jennifer Sharifi killed them, in retaliation for sending her and her co-conspirators to prison almost 30 years ago. Yes, Vicky said, probably. But the Justice Department will never be able to prove it. She let Jackson go and stepped away from him. It's up to you, Jackson. He turned to face her. Up to me? What the hell are you talking about? You don't think Kelvin Kastner is really aiming their research at a cure for the neurofarm, do you? They don't expect it to filter into the enclaves because they know it's some other donkey group that must have made it in the first place, in order to render the livers no political or physical threat, without the nasty business of actually having to wipe them all out. Unless you hold KC to your contract, they'll just roar ahead with the commercial applications and drag their feet on the counterdrug you contracted for. The daily lab records have been carefully examined by you, right? Bullshit. You've hardly looked at them." He was silent, trying to take it in. "I looked at them," Vicky said, "for all the good it did me. I'm not trained. To me, they're just rows of charts, gibberish of equations, and models of incomprehensible substances. Jackson, you're going to have to live on top of Kelvin Kastner if you care about a counteragent. You, Teresa, is healing. Dirk and Billy and Shockey aren't. After all," she raised both hands, palm up in a humble, pleading gesture Jackson had never seen from her and hadn't thought her capable of. "After all, you're a doctor, aren't you?" "I'm not a medical researcher." "You are now," Vicky said. And then, suddenly, shockingly, she smiled. "Welcome to personal evolution." There were weeks of reports. Each day, the number of primary researchers grew, starting at 17 and escalating to an incredible 241 at 10 different sites around the country. Everyone had sent copies of everything to Jackson. Every recorded conference, every procedure, every speculation, every version of every electronic model. Variances in absorption rate, bioavailability, protein binding, receptor subtype mechanisms, efferent nerve equations, Meldrum models, ganglioid ionization, ribosome protein synthesis, cell cleaner interaction rates. No one person could possibly have processed it all. As he tried, Jackson began to suspect that was the point. He also began to suspect that some of what he'd been sent was bogus, but he didn't have the time, the expertise, or the patience to determine exactly what. Sitting at the terminal in his study, scanning printouts, he realized that the only way to wade through all of this was by using programs written to search for specific patterns, specific lines of research, or possible research, or maybe a direction that research could go, perhaps. Such customized programs didn't exist, and Jackson, no software expert, couldn't write them, let alone dip the records he suspected he wasn't getting from Kelvin Kastner. "Send for Lizzie," he told Vicky wearily. "Lizzie? She doesn't know anything about brain chemistry research." "Well, neither do I. Or at least not enough. Call her and tell her I'll send a car for her right away. She's going to have to help me write specialized intent software. If she can't do that, she can at least dip KC's closed records. God knows she's good enough at dipping. I don't want to bring in an outside dipper who might resell the information. At least not yet." Vicky's eyes gleamed. "All right. And by way of information, Jones says that Cassie is on her way up to see you." Jackson looked up from the toppling piles of printouts all over his antique Aubusson. Vicky's face was carefully neutral. Once more he could feel her arms around him, warm and solid, beside the terrace railing. Maybe help from Lizzie wasn't the only way, though. He said quietly, "Cassie. She's been here regularly, hasn't she? To see Teresa." "This time she wants to see you." "How do you know?" Vicky smiled sourly. "I know." And then Cassie was there, striding into his study as if she owned it, electric blue dress rustling and dark curls swirling, a vivid presence igniting the dim room to a dangerous glow that seemed capable of consuming the non-consumable plastic printouts. Cassie scowled. "Jack, if I could see you alone—" Vicky murmured, "Only if you can see past yourself," and left the room. Jackson stood for the fragile advantage of height. "How are you, Jack?" "I'm fine." He waited. This was going to be it, then. It really was. He wondered if Cassie realized. "And Tessie?" "She's progressing right on schedule." Cassie's smile was genuine. "I'm so glad. Our Tessie. Remember how we used to think of her as the child we hadn't yet had? Unearned sentiment, but not totally false." She moved a step closer to him. He could smell her perfume, like flowers in animal heat. Jackson said, "Kelvin Kastner isn't developing the counteragent, and I can prove that you know it." It was his only real shot, catch her by surprise, counting on the fact that she didn't expect duplicity from him, or unsubstantiated accusations, or lies. She trusted him, even though she'd always let him know he couldn't trust her. He was Jackson, solid, honest, dazzled by her, easy to fool, easy to control. He watched closely. She was good, just a slight widening of the huge gold-green eyes, an involuntary change in the shining pupils. It was enough. Jackson suddenly felt punched in the stomach. Cassie said evenly, "That's not true, Jack. You've been sent the lab reports every day. They're faked. All the effort in understanding the permanence factor is going toward its use as a basis for a pleasure drug." "You haven't had time for that kind of analysis. And even if you had, you're wrong. Come over to KC and see for yourself. Thurmond will show you." "Actual experiments, yes, I don't doubt it. A few kept for show." "Cassie, how could you? You know what this new neuropharm did to the livers in Vicky's camp. What it could do everywhere. No one able to adapt, to modify their daily routines. When the change syringes are all gone and kids can't count on the cell cleaner to zap every harmful organism they pick up, or on trophoblastic tubules to feed them, nobody will be able to innovate enough to relearn how. Within a generation—" "Oh, God, Jack, you'll never change, will you? You just gaze at your tiny specialty, the sacred medical model, and never even glance at the larger picture. Look up, literally. The livers don't exist all by themselves, some little helpless endangered lizards alone on a barren desert. They have Miranda Sharifi as guardian angel, with a whole host of super sleepless seraphs and cherubs. Miranda will fly out of Selene when she's goddamn good and ready, burn a few bushes, and hand down a counteragent, and that'll be that. KC doesn't have to do anything for livers, and there's no reason why we should." "Well, there's the little fact that you promised me." Cassie looked at him. God, she was beautiful. The most desirable woman he'd ever known. Beautiful, smart, tender when she felt like it. His wife, once anyway, with everything Jackson had once thought that word meant. Something under his ribs twisted sharply. It physically hurt to know that he'd never hold her in his arms again. "Jack." "Tell Thurmond Rogers, my old university pal, that I'm moving into Kelvin Kastner, immediately, with a data dipper and a lawyer. I'm going over every report personally, visiting every lab in the biohazard complex, fucking haunting him with consultant experts. And if—" "You can't bring outsiders into KC. Non-disclosure—" "If I don't find substantial scientifically valid progress daily toward a counteragent to the inhibition neuropharm, I'm tying up KC in contract violation lawsuits that will prevent old Alex from getting a patent until the millennium, even if I bankrupt Tentech in the process." Cassie stared at him. It seemed to Jackson that suddenly she stood behind a Y shield, invisible but unbreakable. His shield or hers? Bleakly, he realized that it no longer mattered which. She had always been quick. She said softly, "You're through with me this time, aren't you, Jack? For good." "Tell Rogers what I said." "Something's changed in you. You really would sacrifice Tentech for this quixotic gesture. Why?" "Because you're incapable of seeing that it's not a gesture." She said, not moving, "I never pretended to be anything besides what I am, Jack." He said painfully, "No, you never did." Suddenly, Cassie threw back her head and laughed, a high, full laugh with no hint of hysteria. Jackson felt something then, a quick flash of old fear. I can't let her go, and felt just as clearly the moment it died, leaving him empty. She said lightly, "I'm going to visit Teresa now." He stood there after she left, waiting. Now Vicky would come in with some sardonic, provocative remark. That was how it went. He quarreled with Cassie, Vicky listened at doors, then she came in and poked the wound. That was how it went. But this wasn't just another routine quarrel with Cassie, and in a few minutes Vicky did come in, but not to poke. She was pulling a sweater over her head, her hair made wild by her roughness, her eyes not focused on him at all. "I'm taking your car, Jack. Lizzie's gone." "Lizzie? Gone where?" "Annie doesn't know, but Lizzie left the camp a week ago and hasn't called since. 2 strangers, Jean Maud, came looking for Lizzie right after she'd gone. Annie was terrified of them, of course." "A week? Listen, Vicky, I can't go with you. I have to go to Kelvin Kastner." That distracted her for just a moment. The cold determination on her face lifted, and her eyes gleamed. For just a moment. Jackson finished, "But I can let you have a gun. A Larson Colt laser that—" "You don't have any weapons comparable to what I can get," Vicky said with the same efficient coldness, and left Jackson staring after her as she left the study cluttered with printouts he hadn't yet read. Interlude. Transmission date, May 13th, 2121. To Selene Base, Moon. Via Dallas Enclave Ground Station, GEO Satellite, C-1867, U.S. Satellite E-643, Brazil. Message type, encrypted. Message class, Class C, private paid transmission. Originating group, Gregory Ross Elmsworth. Message. Ms. Sharifi, undoubtedly you know who I am. I wouldn't insult your intelligence by suggesting otherwise. The people of the United States chose to reject my bid for the presidency, but that does not mean that I still don't stand ready to serve this great country of ours any way I can. I therefore am prepared to offer you $1 billion, a third of my private fortune, in return for a complete scientific explanation of your change syringes, sufficient for commercial duplication. I will make this information without charge, freely available to all pharmaceutical companies in the United States. Although your own fortune is, of course, large, I can't believe you will be indifferent to my offer. Addresses and encryptions to reach my lawyers are attached. Let history fondly recall both of us. Sincerely, Gregory Ross Elmsworth. Gregory Ross Elmsworth, Elmsworth Enterprises International, Incorporated. Acknowledgement? None received. 3. May 2121. It is impossible for such a creature as man to be totally indifferent to the well or ill-being of his fellow creatures, and not readily of himself to pronounce, where nothing gives him any particular bias, that which promotes their happiness is good, and what tends to their misery is evil. David Hume, An Enquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals. 19. Lizzie shrank back farther into the shadows of the building. The tribe was just around the corner. No, it wasn't a tribe. A tribe had rules and order and kindness. This was just she didn't know what. The scum of the earth, them, she heard inside her head, and it was her mother's voice. Who had Annie been talking about? Nobody like these people. There'd been nobody like this in East Oleanta or Willoughby County. Lizzie couldn't remember who Annie had called scum. She couldn't remember anything. She was too scared. "My turn, me," a man's voice said. "Get off her, you." "Hold your horses. I'm getting. All yours." A third voice laughed. "Didn't leave much, did you, Ed? Hope Cal don't like them feisty him." "Fuck, she ain't even breathing." "Sure she is, her. Climb on, Cal." "Christ. You go last, you take wet decks." Lizzie fingered her belt with its reassuring slight bulge of the personal shield casing. The shield was on. She could see its faint shimmer around her hands. The men out there couldn't hurt her even if they caught her. The most they could do would be knock the shield around a while with her in it like sausage in a casing. Lizzie remembered sausage. Annie used to make it. Sausage. What was she doing thinking of sausage? The girl out there was being... and there was nothing Lizzie could do to help her. She couldn't even help herself by hiding inside this building she cowered behind. The building, like all the others in the abandoned grav-rail yard, was Y-shielded. She pressed her own shield tight against the building's shield. The other girl screamed. Lizzie closed her eyes, but she could still see the girl inside her eyelids. She could see all of it, the girl tied naked on the ground, the 4 men, the rest of the tribe a little way off, other women ignoring what was happening because the girl had been stolen from another tribe, wasn't one of their own, and children glancing at the 4 men, curious. How could they? How could they? "You got enough," one of the men said. "Come on, we gotta move out, us." "Give him a minute, Ed. Old guys need time then." A bark of laughter. What if one of those curious children came around the edge of the building and saw Lizzie? She could grab him and knock him out before he called to the others. No, she couldn't. A little boy, like Dirk would be in a few years? She couldn't. How impenetrable was a personal shield anyway? She'd been wearing Vicky's for 2 weeks now, and she didn't really know. It kept out insects and raccoons and rain and brambles. Those were the only tests she'd given it. "Come on, Cal," one of the men shouted. "We're moving out, us." Slowly, the tribe straggled past Lizzie's building. 17, 20, 25. They wore ragged jacks and carried tarps and water jugs. No Y-cones, no terminals that she could see. 4 filthy. Changed small children, but no babies. When they were all out of sight and sound, Lizzie ventured around the corner of the building. The girl was dead. Blood from her cut throat drained into the ground. Her eyes were wide open, her face contorted into terror and pleading. She looked about Lizzie's age, but smaller, with lighter hair. In one ear was a small tin earring in the shape of a heart. "I can't bury her," Lizzie thought. The ground was hard. It hadn't rained in a week. Lizzie had nothing to dig with. And if she stayed here much longer, she'd lose her nerve for the bridge. Oh, God, what if those people were going over the bridge? If they caught her on it? No, she wouldn't let that happen. She wasn't as helpless as this poor girl had been, and it wouldn't be a good idea to bury her even if Lizzie could. The girl's own tribe might come looking for her, and it would be better if they knew what happened to her than if they had to wonder forever if she was still alive. That would be intolerable. If it were Dirk. She thrust the obscene thought away, knelt on the bloody ground, and untied the girl's hands and feet from the crude wooden stakes. She pulled the stakes from the ground. She could spare the girl's people that much. Grateful for the shield protecting her from contact with the streaming blood, Lizzie lifted the girl's body and staggered with it to the shadow of the building. She rolled the body against the Y-dome and covered the torso with a shirt from her backpack, knotted loosely around the girl's waist to keep it from blowing away. Then she set out for the bridge before it got too dark, or she got too scared. She knew exactly where she was, although she didn't dare use her terminal to open a link of any kind that could be traced. She could use it to access information in the Crystal Library, including detailed atlases. This was the New Jersey tech yard of the Senator Thomas James Corbett Gravrail. Of course, the Gravrail had stopped running during the Change Wars, but the shielded buildings were still here, probably with the trains inside, and nothing could destroy the maglev lines themselves. Shining twin lines of some material Lizzie couldn't identify, they'd run all the way here from Willoughby County. They ran across the bridge spanning the Hudson River into Manhattan. They would run, according to her atlas, north to Central Park and straight to a ground gate of Manhattan East Enclave. And then what? First, just get there. Lizzie stared at the bridge and then at the sky. About 3 hours until sunset. She could cross under cover of dusk, hide on the other side. The trestle bridge itself provided little cover. It was narrow, no more than 10 feet across, with no visible protrusions or supports. How did it stay up? Probably the same way the Gravrails had stayed up. Neither physics nor engineering much interested Lizzie, only computers. Still, she should gather all the information she could before the crossing. The Hudson shimmered bright in the sunshine. By the river, half hidden by an embankment, Lizzie found a patch of weedy ground. She drank from the Hudson, turned off her shield, and stripped. As she lay on the ground to feed, she raised her head every few seconds to be sure no one approached. The sun felt good on her bare skin, but she couldn't let herself enjoy it. As soon as her changed biochemistry signaled satiety, she jumped up, dressed, and turned on the personal shield. Then she settled into work with her computer. By sunset, she knew as much as was in her crystal library about the Governor Samantha Deborah Velez Memorial Gravrail Trestle. At the eastern end of the trestle, in the deep shadow of a building, Lizzie listened as hard as she could. An hour ago, she'd heard people start across the bridge, but now there was no one in sight, and all she heard was the cry of wheeling gulls and the lapping of the river against the shore. She dropped to her hands and knees and started to crawl across the bridge, presenting as inconspicuous a silhouette as possible. The bridge was 2.369 kilometers long. Darkness set in more quickly than Lizzie had counted on. Darkness was a cover, of course, but she was afraid of crawling across the unlighted bridge. Not of falling off, but of what? She was just afraid of everything. No, she wasn't. She was Lizzie Francie, the best data dipper in the country, the only liver to even try to reclaim political power from the donkeys. She would not be afraid. Only people like her mother were afraid of everything, even before the Neuro farm. "Stay home, child, where you belong, you," Annie's voice again. God, she'd be glad when she was too old to hear her mother's voice in her head. How old was that? Maybe as much as 30? Then she heard something else. People crossing the bridge from the Manhattan side. Lizzie crawled forward even faster. Now she could see their light, a bright Y-energy torch bobbing in the distance. How far? The wind must be blowing toward her. It carried their laughter. Men's laughter. It should be here soon. Soon. It had been a while since the last one. She felt it in the darkness, the small, dark bump at the edge of the bridge, meant to be used in making repairs. The techs attached their floaters here, then activated the energy shield that temporarily augmented the width of the bridge for easy maneuverability. The shields could hold several tons of equipment if they had to. They could also bend at any needed angle. Lizzie had read everything about them in the Crystal Library, which did not include the activation codes. And she hadn't dared open a sat link to try to dip the information from the Gravrail Corporation's DBs. Now she didn't have any choice. "System on," she whispered. Oh, God. System on. Minimal volume. "Terminal on," the computer whispered. She worked as quickly as she could, muttering feverishly to the terminal, eyeing the torchlight ahead. It seemed to have stopped. Occasional wordless voices blew toward her on the wind. Raised voices. An argument. Good. Let them argue. Let them fight. Let them all throw each other off the bridge. What if they threw her off the bridge? She didn't know how to swim. "Stay home, child, where you belong, you." "Path 74, code J," Lizzie tried. Come on, come on. It had to be a simple code, maybe even a standard industrial one, easy for all techs on rotating crews to remember. Not too many contingencies or automatic changes. They'd hamper an emergency. It had to be fairly simple, not all that deeply secured. She had it. The torch was moving again. Lizzie seized her terminal and backpack in her arms. She laid a hand on the dark bump and spoke the code. Soundlessly, thank God it was soundless, the bridge extended itself over the water, a clear platform of energy disappearing into the darkness. Lizzie hesitated. It looked so insubstantial. If she crawled out on it, and it just let her drop through into the river far below, but that wouldn't happen. Y-energy wasn't insubstantial. Y-energy was the surest and most solid thing left from the old days before the Change Wars, when life had been safe. The voices crystallized into words. "Hurry up! Where's... Can't never. Janie girl. They might be all right. They might be just normal people crossing a bridge. Or they might be like those animals at the tech yard. Lizzie looked again at the almost invisible shield, closed her eyes, and rolled onto it. She whispered code and felt the shield curve, move, and swing her under the bridge for inspection and repair. Cautiously, Lizzie opened her eyes. She lay inches under the trestle, the underside of which was pocked with bumps and panels. Probably some of those were terminals. For once, she felt no desire to data-dip. She groped with one hand along the edge of the energy shield supporting her, trying to feel the place it met the bridge. As far as she could tell, the whole shield had swung neatly underneath, detectable from the top only if you happened to be looking in the dark for a bridge extension made of energy field. Above her, people straggled past. She waited several minutes after the last vibration in the bridge. Then she spoke the code to swing the extension back, followed by the one to close it up. On the east side of the bridge, the gravrail divided. One line ran south, along the western shore of Manhattan, on a narrow strip of land between the river and the dome of Manhattan West Enclave. The other veered north to skirt the enclave and eventually Central Park. That way, Lizzie knew, were the ruins of Livers, New York. Not too many people lived there now. Broken foam cast and fallen stone didn't provide much to feed on. Those that did remain tended to be dangerous. She had no choice. This was the way to Dr. Aronow. Wrapped in her personal shield, Lizzie hid under a thick bush until morning. She felt fairly sure she wouldn't be seen, but she couldn't go to sleep for a long time. In the light, New York was even worse than she'd imagined. She'd never seen anything like it. Yes, she had. Those history hollows that Vicky had insisted she study in the educational software. Before Lizzie grew old enough to put her foot down and study only the software she wanted. The hollows had shown places like this one, burned, fallen piles of rubble with weeds straggling through them. Streets so blocked you couldn't be sure which direction they'd once run. Scattered, twisted metal separated by black, glassy areas where some weapon had fused everything into smoothness. Lizzie had always assumed the hollows were made up, like the literature software Vicky had made her watch. Or if not made up completely, then data enhanced. But this broke-down city was real. She moved cautiously through the ugly ruins, listening. A few times she heard voices. Immediately she hid, shaking until the men had passed. She didn't see them and was just as glad. People lived in some of the ruined buildings. She saw a woman carrying water from the river, a man braiding rope, a changed child chasing a ball, and then an unchanged baby carried by a little girl of about 10. The changed girl was dirty, half naked, hair matted with debris, but her skin shone with health, and she clambered strongly over a pile of rubble, the baby clinging to her chest. She looked over a year old, the age of Sharon's baby, Callie. But this child's legs were shriveled and weak-looking, his belly swollen, his arms like sticks. An open sore on his leg oozed pus. When the little girl set him down, he mewed and held up arms that almost immediately dropped helplessly to his side. That's how all babies would look soon if Miranda Sharifi didn't make more change syringes, and if Sanctuary spread the fear neuropharm. Just like that. The older girl set the child down, and he immediately fell over. His bones had no strength. Lizzie moved away from the children. It would have been better to wait until they left the area, but she couldn't stand to wait. Carefully, she made her way across Manhattan, keeping direction by the gravrail, even when she had to skirt north of it to avoid people. To the south, both ahead and behind her, she could see the towers of Manhattan West and Manhattan East, separated by the broad expanse of the park. The towers shone in the sunlight, and bright splashes of Gene Mod color bloomed on their terraces under the Enclave Y shields. Air cars flew in and out, of invisible gates in the invisible dome. By mid-afternoon, she'd reached the northern ground gate for Manhattan East Enclave. It was surrounded by a sort of ruined village within the ruined city. Of what Lizzie guessed were the original foam-cast buildings, half were intact and empty, still surrounded by impenetrable shields. The other half were rubble, burned or bombed or hacked into ragged chunks by sheer brute force. Around and between, people had constructed shacks of board, foam-cast debris, sheet plastic, even broken bots. Well, tribes everywhere made do with what they found. But these shacks were also broken and ruined, some patched, some not, as if there had been a second change war here, and a third, and a fourth. Lizzie saw no people, but she knew they were there. A dead campfire, the ashes still undisturbed, a worn path free of weeds, a bouquet of unwilted wildflowers from some child's game, and, most puzzling, a framed picture of a man in very old-fashioned clothes, stiff ruffles at neck and wrists, holding some sort of jeweled book. How had that gotten there? She stayed hidden within sight of the enclave gate and waited. Suddenly, a chime sounded. Immediately, people rushed out of hiding from behind rubble, out of shacks, even from an underground tunnel. Livers, but not dressed like any livers that Lizzie had ever seen. They wore donkey clothes, boots, tight little shirts, full trousers, rich coats, but only in bits and pieces. Nobody had a complete outfit. The people, women, children, a few men, didn't look dangerous. They gathered around the enclave gate. The chime sounded again. If Lizzie wanted to see what was happening, she was going to have to gather with them. Cautiously, she edged into the small crowd. They stank. But no one paid her any particular attention. So they weren't really a tribe who knew each other and stuck together. They were just a bunch of pathetic people. She jostled to the front of the group. The enclave dome was opaqued gray for 15 feet up, clear after that. Probably the residents didn't want livers peering in at them, spoiling the view of their pretty gardens. The gate, a black outline on the gray energy field, suddenly disappeared. Everyone rushed inside the enclave. It couldn't be this easy. It wasn't. Inside was another sealed dome full of what? Piles of clothing, boxes of stuff. Lizzie saw a doll with a broken head, some mismatched dishes, a scratched wooden box, some blankets. Then she understood. The donkeys in Manhattan East Enclave were giving away the used things they no longer wanted. People snatched objects from the piles, the boxes, each other. There was a little pushing and shoving, but no real fighting. Lizzie watched carefully, trying to see everything, both dome structure and discards. Clothing, pictures, toys, bedding, flower pots, furniture, plastics. Nothing electronic or Y-energy, nothing that could become a weapon. In 3 minutes, the dome was picked clean and all the livers ran away with their new discards. Lizzie waited, her heart starting a slow hammering in her chest. "Please leave the dome now," a stern bot voice said. "Today's giveaway is over. Please leave the dome now." Lizzie stayed where she was, fingering her personal shield. "Please leave the dome now. Today's giveaway is over. Please leave the dome now." Outside, someone screamed something unintelligible. The livers froze for a horrified moment, then started running. "Please leave the dome now. Today's giveaway is over. Please leave the dome now." And then, just like that, she was outside. The rear energy wall had unceremoniously pushed her forward, closing itself so quickly that Lizzie tumbled on her face in the dirt. The livers still screamed and ran, disappearing into their dens and holes. Some weren't quick enough. The band of raiders, mostly men but a few women too, burst on them and started grabbing the donkey discards, knocking people down, shouting and hollering as they stomped with heavy, stolen boots on bodies and faces. Lizzie rolled back toward the dome that had just ejected her. She understood now why the shacks had been repeatedly destroyed, repeatedly rebuilt. The price for living near the enclave's used bounty was that others would take it away from you with varying degrees of viciousness. She scrambled to her feet and started sidling along the dome. Useless. She was the most visible, best-equipped target in sight. 2 men converged on her. "Backpack! Grab it, Tish!" It wasn't 2 men, but a man and a woman. A woman as tall and broad-shouldered as a man, with deep purple eyes under thick, thick lashes. Jean Maud. The beautiful donkey eyes leered at Lizzie, grabbed for her, encountered the personal shield. "Fuck! She's shielded her!" The voice was pure liver. Tish outweighed Lizzie by at least 30 pounds. She knocked Lizzie sideways, and Lizzie felt herself fall against the energy dome and slide down it. She cowered and whimpered, groping inside her boot. Tish dropped to her knees beside her, the purple eyes bright with the joy of torture, and began to shake Lizzie by the neck like a dog with a bone. "So I can't get inside there, me. I can still shake you till your neck breaks it, right inside your safe little shield." Lizzie pulled Billy's rabbit-skinning knife from her boot and shoved it up and under the woman's breastbone. She'd sharpened the knife every day during the long daylight hours of hiding. Even so, she was surprised how hard it was to drive the blade through muscle and flesh. She pushed until the long blade was buried to its handle. Tish's beautiful eyes widened. She slumped forward on top of Lizzie, her arms settling around Lizzie like an embrace. Lizzie shoved her off and looked wildly around. The man who'd told Tish to grab Lizzie's backpack was across the clearing, fighting with one of the few men left alive near the enclave. Tish's partner seemed to be winning, and there were other raiders around. In a minute, another would attack. Lizzie had only a few moments. She didn't hesitate. If she thought, she'd never be able to do it. But Tish was too heavy for Lizzie to lift. She couldn't carry that muscular body, but she didn't need the whole body. Shaking, Lizzie knelt beside Tish and pulled out the silver teaspoon she'd stolen from Dr. Aronow's dining room. She'd had some weird idea that once inside Manhattan East, she could show it to the house system, convince Jones that she belonged there. Not likely. But now she grasped Tish's right eyelid with her right thumb and index finger, pried the eyelid wide open, and slid the spoon under the eyeball. Gasping, she scooped the eyeball out of its socket. She pulled her knife from Tish's body. Immediately, blood spurted over her in jets, running down the outside of the energy shield. Lizzie sliced through the nerves and muscles tethering the eyeball to its empty socket. She turned, groping for the black outline of the enclave gate. Blood smeared between the outside surfaces of the dome's Y shield and hers. Embedded in the gate outline was a standard retina scanner, set to admit any Jean Maud configuration. An emergency measure. A tech could get caught outside. An adventurous adolescent could be stranded. Lizzie knew about it from data dipping. She pushed Tish's eyeball against the scanner, and the outer dome gate opened. It closed behind her, just ahead of the raiders screaming for her death. Lizzie collapsed to the floor and heaved. She couldn't vomit. She'd had no mouth food in weeks. But there was no time. How long did a dead eyeball stay fresh enough to fool a scanner? Such information wasn't in the DBs. Staggering to her feet, she held Tish's purple Jean Maud eye to the second scanner. The inner gate opened, and Lizzie lurched through. She was inside Manhattan East. Specifically, she was inside a warehouse of some kind, with heavy machinery bots standing motionless around the walls. Good. No cop bots until she left the building, which would be heavily shielded and locked. That could wait. Lizzie lay on the floor until she could breathe normally. When she could stand, she turned off her personal shield. Tish's blood slid off onto the floor. Lizzie turned the shield back on, then realized she was still holding the eyeball. It wasn't bloody. All the blood had come from withdrawing the knife from Tish's body. Tish had never used her gene mod eyes to enter the enclave. Why not? She must have known what she was. But when she tried to shake the life out of Lizzie, Lizzie had felt the reason for Tish's exile. Tish's hands had circled Lizzie's neck. Tish's body had pressed hard against Lizzie's. And through Tish's clothing, Lizzie had felt the hard lumps in the wrong places, the misshapen breastbone, the asymmetrical ribs. Tish's skeleton must have gone wrong in the womb. Naked, she would look grotesque. Lizzie thought of how donkeys insisted on physical perfection, and how long Tish must have dwelled with livers to have that accent. Vicky always said that hating yourself was the worst kind of hatred. Lizzie had never understood what Vicky meant. She shuddered and dropped the purple eyeball. Her gorge rose. But still, she couldn't leave the thing here for a maintenance bot to find. She forced herself to pick the eyeball back up and put it in her pocket. Then Lizzie started patiently to dip the inside security locks on the warehouse. It took her almost half an hour. When she was finished, she stepped out into Manhattan East Enclave. She stood on an immaculate street bordered with gene mod flowers, long slinky blue shapes that yearned toward her. Lizzie jumped back, but the flowers were soft, flaccid, harmless. The air smelled of wonderful things, wood smoke, and newly mown grass, and spices she couldn't identify. The towers of Manhattan gleamed in sunset, the programming on their outer walls subtly keyed to the colors in the sky. From somewhere came the low, artificial hooting of mourning doves. People actually lived in this beauty and order, all the time. They really did. Lizzie, terrified and exhausted and enchanted, suddenly felt that she might cry. There was no time. A cop bot zoomed toward her. Frantically, she dug in her pocket for Tish's eyeball. It had grown softer, slightly squishy. Lizzie's gorge rose. She held the disgusting thing in front of her right eye, squeezing shut the left. But the bot didn't even try for a retina scan on the decaying purple eye. Somehow it already knew she didn't belong in Manhattan East. Lizzie saw the mist squirt into her face, screamed, and slumped backward onto the gene mod flowers, which wrapped their soft petals lovingly around her paralyzed limbs. 20. Jennifer Sharifi, dressed in a flowing white abaya, stood in the conference room of Sharifi Labs. The other members of the project team called this the Command Center, but Jennifer disliked that name. The team was a community, not an army. Through the clear bordered floor panel, stars shone beneath her feet. However, Jennifer gazed not down, but at a row of 5 hollow screens. The conference room had been transformed. Gone were the long curved table and 18 chairs. Banks of computers and consoles filled the large space, with team members moving quietly among the machines. Jennifer herself remained motionless. Only her eyes moved, flickering from screen to screen, taking them all in, missing nothing. Screen 1, the tribal camp in Oregon, on hidden frequency monitor. Livers walked on the rocky Pacific beach in mid-afternoon fog, because these particular livers always walked on this particular beach in mid-afternoon. Today, however, the heavy, ugly liver faces were clearly upset and frightened. The livers huddled together 10 feet from the surging ocean. Surrounding them, donkey reporters shouted questions. Robocams recorded. "The news grids have finally discovered one of the test sites," Eric Holden said, walking up beside her. "Slow enough, aren't they?" Eric was one of the new ones, the few sanctuary youngsters Jennifer and Will had added to the project in its later stages. Without stopping the back-and-forth flickering of her eyes, Jennifer smiled. Eric was tall, strong, perfect as all the Sleepless were perfect. More important, he was cold, with the coldness necessary to understand and control the world. Much colder than Will. Still, if Jennifer smiled directly at Eric, his eyes would deepen their gene mod blue. He was 96 years her junior. But all that could wait until the project was over. Screen 2, News Grids from Earth. The left side of the split screen ran the United Broadcast Network, the most reliable of the donkey channels. An announcer with the flashy Gene Mod handsomeness of a Spanish grandee said, "In a major data atoll coup on the Singapore Exchange, the stock of Brasilia-based Stanton Orbital Corporation rose to..." Nothing in the newscast mentioned a strange neuropharm altering liver behavior, nor did the flagging program on the right side of the screen, which constantly scanned the world's major news grids in several languages. So far, the project's luck was holding. Strukoff's virus had not mutated on its own. "The neuropharm is still just a local story in Oregon, then," Eric said. Donkey fools. "Not completely local," Jennifer said calmly. "Just underground." She gestured toward the next two screens. Screen 3. Jennifer's chief scientist, Chad Manning, gave his 6 times daily summary of the progress at Kelvin Castner on replicating Strukoff's neuropharm. Kelvin Castner was thoroughly monitored in ways the stupid sleepers would never detect. Chad received streams of data which he analyzed and reduced to terms intelligible to Sleepless who weren't microbiologists. Kelvin Castner was proceeding slowly, far too slowly to do them any good. Screen 4. The pirated monitoring of government progress. This was more problematic. The federal agencies were much better at security than corporations like Kelvin Castner. Neither Jennifer nor her communications chief, Carolyn Renly, was sure how complete their pirated information really was. But as far as Sanctuary could discover, the government labs at Bethesda, although they had in protective custody livers infected by Strukoff's virus, hadn't yet succeeded in replicating or countering it. And the FBI hadn't succeeded in establishing any solid evidence about the La Solana bombing, as far as Sanctuary could discover. Miranda would have found out for sure. Immediately, Jennifer destroyed the thought. The thought did not exist and never had. Her eyes flickered among the 5 screens. Eric Holden put a hand on her shoulder. "I came to tell you that Strukoff linked. He wants to strike Brookhaven in an hour. Is that all right with you?" "Fine. Call in the entire team for the viewing." "All right, Jennifer." A part of her mind noticed how he said her name. Firmly, coldly. She liked it. But all that could wait. Screen 5, empty. It was used for communications from Jennifer's agents on Earth. They were sleepers, informants against their own kind, highly paid and little trusted. Anything that Jennifer needed to know about came through here instantly. As Eric walked away, the 5th screen brightened into a formless glow. Audio only. The encryption integrity code appeared along the bottom of the screen. The transmission came from one of her agents in the United States. "Ms. Sharifi, this is Sandra Schneider. We've located Elizabeth Francie." "Go ahead," Jennifer said composedly, but she felt her chest lift. That little liver had been surprisingly hard to find. After Sanctuary had caught her electronics stumbling across Sanctuary's data beam from the liver camp in Pennsylvania, the Francie girl had disappeared. Hard as it was to believe, one of the most debased class of sleepers had apparently realized what she'd found. She knew that Sanctuary was connected somehow to the neuropharm that had infected her pathetic tribe. Elizabeth Francie had apparently also realized that if she opened a comlink through any satellite relay or ground station, Sanctuary would locate her. She'd been off the net, out of visible surveillance, hidden somewhere in the barbarous countryside. Jennifer had hoped she were dead. "Elizabeth Francie is in custody of Manhattan East Enclave Security," Sandra Schneider said. "She apparently made her way to New York and through an Enclave ground gate. A half hour before her arrest, the gate was opened by a donkey retina scan nowhere in our databanks. I can't explain that. A bot from the Enclave's security franchise, Patterson Protect, classed her as suspicious and moved to sedate and capture. Our net-wide flagging program picked up the girl's name from the routine police net queries to other franchises." Jennifer said swiftly, "How long ago?" "About 10 minutes. They'll give her a truth drug soon if they haven't already. But that's off-net, of course. We can't access. Do we have an agent inside Patterson Protect? Unfortunately, no. Jennifer considered. Lizzie Francie must have gone to Manhattan East in search of either Victoria Turner, her quasi-adopted mentor, or of Jackson Aronow. But why? To tell them what she'd discovered about sanctuaries monitoring her infected tribe, of course. If the local police franchise thought her worth truthing, and they would, of course, they'd want to know how a liver had penetrated Manhattan East, Lizzie would tell them. She'd tell them, too, about Sanctuary. But would they believe her? The drawback to truth drugs was that if the subject believed that lies were truth, lies were what the drug elicited. Would the sleepers believe that Elizabeth Francie was deluded? Perhaps not, especially if Jackson Aronow supported the liver girl's assertions. Damn it, it was less than an hour until Strukoff's most important test. Jennifer stood very still, appalled at herself. She didn't have such flashes of anger. They were unproductive, weakening. Jennifer Sharifi didn't become angry. She became cold and hence effective. The moment of anger had never happened. Ms. Schneider, she said calmly, I'll take care of this. Pull all of our agents out of Manhattan East unobtrusively during the next 45 minutes. Make sure they understand that they must leave immediately. I'll take care of the rest. Strukoff could go ahead with the Brookhaven test, but Jennifer would instruct him to change the second target to Manhattan East. That would take care of the problem of Elizabeth Francie. Understood, Sandra Schneider said. The fifth screen blanked. Jennifer's eyes flickered regularly among the other four. Livers on the Pacific beach huddled in fear against donkey reporters. The UBN News Grid and NetGrid flagging programs, both ignorant of the inhibiting neuropharm. Streams of data from Kelvin Kastner, data accumulating too slowly to unravel the tangled skeins of Strukoff's molecules. Frustrated investigative reports from the FBI on the nuclear explosion at La Solana. Miranda's cold face on screen 5. Jennifer's body jerked in shock. There was nothing on screen 5. There had been nothing since Sandra Schneider blanked. Miranda was dead. Her image had never existed. There you are, Will Sandalero said. Jenny, look at this. She looked at Will instead. His face was flushed with excitement. He held out to her a portable terminal with a CAD model of a bot on it. The Peruvian delivery drone. The bastards finally released the detailed design to us, which contractually they were supposed to do weeks ago. It's somewhat interesting. I've already seen it, Jennifer said, weeks ago. They showed it to you? The detailed version? And you didn't tell me? Jennifer merely stared at him. Now his face, moments ago flushed from what he considered his triumph over the Peruvian contractors, paled at what he considered his betrayal by her. More and more, Will was absorbed by these petty power struggles. He got upset over them. He compromised his objectivity and his effectiveness. He lost sight of the project's overwhelming sacred mission. Excuse me, Will. I have things to attend to. Strukoff launches in less than an hour. You knew I wanted the drone design. That I've been badgering those sons of bitches. A Sleepless does not badger, Will. Jennifer saw Eric Holden across the room, watching them. But you knew. Please excuse me. Will's hand tightened on his terminal. All right, Jenny. But after today's tests, you and I are going to have some personal discussion. Yes, Will, we are. But after the tests. She walked gracefully away from him. The rest of the team arrived in the conference room in ones or twos. The mood was quiet, subdued. This was too important for hilarity, or for the kind of irresponsible heat that Will showed. This was the culmination of Jennifer's life. She was finally going to make Sanctuary truly safe for Sleepless. They had been despised, persecuted, resented, harassed, and even killed. Always, always, she remembered Tony Indovino. for over 100 years. The Sleepers hated her people because Sleepless were smarter, calmer, more successful, better, the next step in human evolution. So the losing species had tried to render the Sleepless impotent in the world. Only Jennifer Sharifi and Tony Indovino had seen coming that inevitable long-term warfare. Now only Jennifer was left to make her people safe against the enemy's so much greater numbers. When all members of the project team had gathered, Jennifer moved among them, murmuring words of thanks, praise, encouragement. Strong, competent, cold people, the most effective and loyal in the solar system. Jennifer had chosen not to make any sort of speech. Let the event speak eloquently for itself. Evidently Strukov had made the same choice. Without preamble, the main wall screen brightened as the cam mounted on the Peruvian's drone activated itself. Below their feet, through Sanctuary's clear floor panel, Earth drifted into view. The drone flew low and leisurely over Long Island, New York. Slowly, the dome of Brookhaven Enclave grew in the distance, dominating the new spring grass, abandoned roads, and wrecked liver towns of Long Island. The drone angled upward, and now Jennifer could see inside the Enclave dome. Simple, gracefully proportioned buildings, houses, shopping complexes, entertainment areas, government buildings, and Brookhaven National Laboratories. Brookhaven was the ideal site for the first high-security test of Strukov's virus. Small enough, as Taylor Air Force Base would not have been, isolated enough, as the Pentagon would not have been, secretive enough, as the Washington Mall Enclave would not have been, and because of the Brookhaven National Laboratories, shielded as completely as any government installation anywhere. If Strukhov's drone could penetrate Brookhaven's Y shields, it could penetrate anyone's. Except the one that had shielded La Solana. Jennifer destroyed the thought. The drone flew through Brookhaven's triple Y shield as if it weren't there. The drone burst into speed and zoomed to just under the top of the inner dome, and the picture disappeared. "It's in," Chad Manning breathed. "We're in." "Drone disintegrated," Carolyn Renly said. "Brookhaven is, of course, equipped for biological warfare. There have to be security systems signaling, tracking, aiming. How did the Peruvians even—" "Response signals might have been electronically delayed at their sources," David O'Donnell reported from his security console. The screen brightened again. This time, the picture was jumpy, distorted. Jennifer realized it represented microsecond intrusions into the Brookhaven security computers themselves, time-sharing the Brookhaven monitors in non-continuous bursts to better evade detection. There was no sound. The screen split. The top showed grim security specialists at banks of machinery. The bottom displayed data taken from the Enclave computer. "They know they've been penetrated," Will said, standing behind her. "They know there might be a biological agent. They're sealing the labs." "Too late," Jennifer said, studying the data on the bottom half of the screen. "At least for everybody not sealed in when it struck." Will exulted. "We can afford to have a few escape infection. It isn't like they're going to be able to detect what hit them." His mood had changed. If she turned around, she'd see Will excited, arms twitching and eyes shining. She didn't turn around. The printed data on the bottom half of the screen said, "Status summary. Outside penetration type 7C. Brookhaven mechanically sealed RF-765. Air samples taken for analysis. Program 5B. Medical alert recommended." "Won't do them any good," Will said, chuckling. Jennifer kept her face immobile. Will tended to underestimate the enemy. There were some quite good people at Brookhaven for sleepers. Not as good as the Peruvians, but still competent. Sidney Goldsmith, Marianne Hanston, Ching-Chung Wang, John Becker. Unlike the pathetic liver test sites, the Brookhaven team would easily locate the unbreathed virus in their automatic air samples, even with its low concentration and short half-life. They would bond it with a radioactive marker, and have lab animals breathe it in. The gas would enter the bloodstream and circulate for a few minutes before being both lost in the breath and destroyed by the cell cleaner. Before that happened, the parts of the brain most active at that particular time would receive the greatest blood supply. The marker would clearly pinpoint the amygdala. Then the researchers would switch to both brain scans and cellular tests. They would launch a dogged examination of Strukhov's long and twisted skein of cerebral events. But long before the Brookhaven researchers could unravel that skein, they would no longer want to. The newness of the research would make them vaguely uneasy. It wasn't familiar enough. Anxiety would fill them whenever they thought about the novelty of the situation. For a while they might fight the anxiety, but then it would grow. The Brookhaven researchers, and eventually all of the domed enclaves in the United States, would choose the known over the unknown. It would just feel too unsettling to mobilize for any new research effort. And then Jennifer Sharifi and the rest of the Sleepless really would be safe. Will was pouring champagne. Jennifer never drank. It made her feel in less than perfectly cold control. But this time she couldn't stay outside the circle of her people. They'd done it. They were safe. She raised her glass. The room quieted. In her calm, low-pitched voice, Jennifer said, "Thanks to the efforts of everyone in this room, we have finally won. The sleepers have had their own biochemistry turned against them. In the next hour, drones will penetrate the Pentagon, Washington Mall, Kennedy Spaceport, and Manhattan East enclaves. No sleeper will die, but no one will ever be able to threaten us again, except in those ways we already understand and can counter. We will be in control, if only because there will never again be any unknown devils unleashed against us. Let us therefore drink to the devil we know." Laughter, drained glasses, and then Strukhov's face appeared on the main screen. "Ms. Sharifi, you and your people, without doubt, now celebrate the successful penetration of the Brookhaven. I, too, am pleased. I was very eager to see if we could accomplish this. But I cannot permit—" "Oh my God," David O'Donnell said from the security console. "Launch! Code 16A. Repeat, launch!" "You to continue with this project. I, too, am a sleeper, of course, and although I feel no loyalty to my own kind, I am naturally as self-protective as they, or as you. So—" Brilliant light exploded under their feet, somewhere between the floor panel and the rotating planet thousands of miles below. "Sanctuary's counter-missile array destroyed," said David O'Donnell. "Launching backup. So no more of the Peruvian drones will fire themselves. And since we both know from the experience of La Solana that only the nuclear can destroy completely, I fear it is the nuclear I myself am forced to use. Do you know La Rochefoucauld on superiority? Le vrai moyen d'être trompé." Safe, Jennifer thought numbly. I thought we were finally safe. C'est de se croire plus fin que les autres. "Counter-missile array number 2, destroyed," David O'Donnell choked out. Jennifer took a step forward. She thought, for an uncontrolled moment, that Strukhov's face on the wall screen had been replaced by Miranda's. Sanctuary Orbital exploded in a burst of brilliant, lethal light. 21. Lizzie woke in a small, bare room, no more than 8 feet by 4 feet, with windowless, foam-cast walls. 3 walls. She sat up on the bed, which was only a platform jutting from the chair, and looked for the missing wall. A woman sat on a chair facing her. Behind the woman, who wore a blue uniform, stretched a featureless corridor. "Hello," the woman said. She was beautiful, like Vicky was beautiful, Jean Maud. Black, black hair, brown eyes, skin like clean snow. The 4th wall, Lizzie realized, was a Y-shield. "You're in Manhattan East Security Headquarters, Patterson Protect Corporation, legal franchisee. I'm Officer Foster. You're Elizabeth Francie, and you were picked up for breaking and entering, criminal trespass. Would you like to tell me how you penetrated the enclave? Lizzie patted the outside of her pocket. The purple eyeball was gone, which meant Officer Foster already knew how she'd gotten in. Lizzie stared silently. Miss Francie, you don't seem to understand. Manhattan East is private property. Patterson Protect is fully authorized to deal with intra-enclave police matters. We also can involve the New York Police Department, if we choose to do so. Criminal trespass is a felony charge, and murder is a capital crime. She held up Tish's eyeball. Patterson Protect can and will use truth drugs as authorized under the law. I didn't murder anyone, and I need me to see someone in here, Dr. Jackson Arenal, to tell him something important. Dr. Jackson Arenal, the cop said, and sat silent. Lizzie guessed a system was speaking information into her ear mic. After a moment, she said, Why do you... The door somewhere in the corridor behind her flung open, running feet. A boy appeared, no more than 14, dressed in the same uniform. Intern blazoned across the collar. His face showed excited shock. Officer Foster, come quick! The news grid... Daniel, the cop said tonelessly, says that... Daniel... Somebody blew up Sanctuary with a nuclear bomb. Slowly, Officer Foster rose. She followed the boy down the corridor, but not before Lizzie had seen her parade of successive expressions. Shock, calculation, pleasure. Blew up Sanctuary. Lizzie leaped off the sleeping platform. Her legs didn't falter. Whatever neuropharm the security bot had used didn't leave lingering effects. She ran her hands over the Y-shield that formed the fourth wall of the cell. No openings, no machinery on this side of the shield, no way out. Blew up Sanctuary. Who? Why? With all the Sleepless inside? It might have been Miranda Sharifi, at war with her grandmother, but why now? Could it somehow be connected with the fear neuropharm? None of it made any sense, and Lizzie was tired of trying to figure it out. Tired, angry, scared. Of walking to New York to find Vicky and Dr. Arenal, of being attacked by livers and donkeys and bots, of being threatened with arrest for murder, even of data dipping. She was a mother. She belonged home with her baby. And as soon as she found Vicky or Dr. Arenal or anybody to turn this mess over to, that's exactly where she was going. Hey! Lizzie yelled experimentally. No one answered. Officer Foster didn't return. Lizzie started in on the standard spoken codes to see if she could get any sort of building system to respond to her. Nothing happened. She settled in to wait. An hour passed. Wasn't anybody going to come back to question her? Wasn't anybody left in New York? What if whoever blew up Sanctuary sent a bomb to Manhattan East? Well, then she'd never know about it before she was dead. But what if somebody had set off the fear neuropharm here? Would the cops just go home and stay there, afraid of anything new, leaving Lizzie in her cell just to rot? Everything in here was synthetic. Nothing was consumable. But there had to be a bot to bring something to feed on, and water, and a place to piss. She spied the hole in the floor. Another hour dragged by. Lizzie tried to think carefully, to plan. All right. If no one came, and nothing happened by the time she counted to 100, all right, 200. Time up. Lizzie shrieked. She grabbed a few nose hairs in her right nostril and yanked. It hurt tremendously. Immediately, mucus flowed from her nose, her heart began to pound, and she could feel the color rise in her face. She yanked more nose hairs, tears streaming from her eyes and snot from her nose. Then she began to breathe in quick, shallow pants until she started to hyperventilate. She threw herself on the narrow foam-cast floor. Medical assistance required, the cell said. Abnormal respiratory pattern. Blood pressure abruptly elevated by 40 points over 30. Heart rate 130. Brain scan shows. A med unit floated through the Y-shield. It was a kind she'd never seen before, even back when liver towns had med units. A small arm with a patch shot out toward her. Another trank. Lizzie leaped onto the sleeping platform, grabbed the med unit, and yanked it up with her, upending it, and hoping to hell that she was holding it so that no bot arms could reach her, and that the alarm it was undoubtedly sending to the building system had no people around to answer it. "Open medical comlink," she yelled at it, and recited Dr. Aronow's AMA code, just as she'd dipped it from his personal system. God, it had to open. The thing was a med unit, wasn't it? It had to be linked to official records. "Official medical link open," a female voice said calmly. "Recording. Go ahead, Dr. Aronow." "Link me with my home system." "This unit is not equipped to do that. You have opened an official medical link recording channel. Please proceed." "Fucking damn!" Lizzie yelled. What if the unit activated physical defenses? She started to reel off the security overrides she'd dipped on various government systems, all of them, hoping one would open the channel that she knew was possible, must be possible. Even official donkey links always had back doors to allow the system to be used for something besides what it was designed for. "Link opened," the female voice said, and a moment later a male voice. "Yes, Dr. Aronow?" Jones, Dr. Aronow's house system. Lizzie took a deep breath to calm herself. "Jones, please tell Dr. Aronow he has an emergency call from Lizzie Francie." She continued to hold the med unit as far away from her body as she could, even though it had stopped trying to slap her with a trank patch. "Ms. Lizzie Francie." "Dr. Aronow is not currently available. Would you like to record a message?" "No, don't. I need him, me. Link with his personal system." "I'm sorry, this system cannot do that on outside orders. Would you like to record a message?" She didn't have a high priority link, and this patch-pushing bot wouldn't have the ability to create one. Now what? "Please respond in the next 15 seconds. Would you like to record a message?" "No," Lizzie said desperately. "Let me talk to the doctor's sister." "Just a moment, please." And then a weak, frightened voice. "Hello? Ms. Aronow." Suddenly, Lizzie couldn't remember Jackson's sister's name. She could see her, slim and elegant in her flowered dress, holding Dirk in her arms, tears running down her pale, terrified face. Lizzie could even remember the sister's personal system's name, Thomas, and of course all the access codes. But she couldn't think of the donkey girl's first name. "Ms. Aronow, this is Lizzie Francie, Dr. Aronow's friend. With the baby? I'm in jail in Manhattan East Enclave. Please tell Dr. Aronow and Vicky Turner right away to come get me. It's an emergency." "In jail? With the baby?" Ms. Aronow started to say. The med unit suddenly started to push toward her, some sort of time-delayed follow-through. The bot arm again snaked out with a trank patch. "Tell the doctor! Tell Vicky! Come get—" The med unit bucked with a sudden urge of energy. The patch connected with Lizzie's wrist. Immediately, blackness took her. She didn't even see the med unit float out of her grasp to hover beside her body, slumped half on the platform and half off. Teresa lay trembling in her bed. That liver girl was in jail, with her baby. She saw as clearly as if she gazed at the walls of her study, and not of her rose-pink bedroom, the news grid hollows of liver babies, crippled and crumpled and starving and dying. No, she was being ridiculous. Lizzie's baby wasn't dying. That baby was changed. But the little thing was in jail, in a cell someplace. And something had happened to its mother to cut off the comlink like that. Had somebody hurt Lizzie Francie and the baby? Teresa had never seen a jail, but she'd watched history hollows and movies. Jails in those were filthy, horrible cells that smelled bad and held dangerous people who hurt other people. But surely jails weren't like that anymore. The cleaning bots wouldn't let them stay filthy. But the rest... She sat up against her pillows. The sores on her hands and body had closed up. She could eat and talk and even walk a little with crutches. She'd had a floater, but Jackson had sent it back because, he said, using the floater didn't help rebuild her muscles. Twice a day, the nursing bot coached Teresa through the physical rehabilitation software. But getting up was an effort, and feeling her hairless head made her cry. Jackson had removed all mirrors from her rooms. Much of the time, Teresa lay in bed and spoke notes, hours of obsessive notes to Thomas, about Lisha Camden, about the Sleepless, about Miranda Sharifi. She spoke to her system now. Thomas, have Jones place an emergency call to my brother at Kelvin Kastner. Of course I will, Teresa. But it was Cassie, scowling and rumpled, who answered her call. Tess, what's wrong? Why the emergency call? I need to speak to Jackson. So you said, but why? Cassie drummed her fingers on an unseen table. Her black hair needed combing, and there were smudges under her eyes. She looked distracted and upset. Teresa shrank back against her pillows. It's private. Private? Are you all right? Yes, Yes, it's about somebody else. Cassie's gaze suddenly focused sharply. Who else? Did a message come for Jackson? This isn't about Sanctuary, is it? Sanctuary? Why would Jackson get a message about Sanctuary? Cassie's gaze veiled again. Nothing. So, who's the message from? What about Sanctuary? Nothing, Tessie. Listen, I didn't mean to snap at you when you're so sick. Go back to sleep, pet. Jackson's in the middle of an important meeting here, and I don't want to interrupt him, but I'll tell him you called. Unless there's something important you want to tell me so I can pass it on to him? Teresa looked into Cassie's eyes. Cassie was lying to her. Teresa knew it. How? She didn't know. Yes, she did. Teresa had pretended to be Cassie, and now she could tell when Cassie was pretending. A shift in her voice, a look in her golden eyes. Jackson was not in a meeting, which meant Cassie was keeping Teresa away from Jackson, as well as away from something about Sanctuary. And Cassie had never liked Jackson's helping that girl Lizzie and her baby. No, she faltered. Nothing important. Just a message from Brett Carpenter, that man that Jackson plays tennis with, about a match. But you said it was an emergency. I guess I just wanted to talk to Jackson. I'm kind of lonely. Cassie's face softened. Of course you are, Tessie. I'll have Jackson call you the minute this meeting is over, and I'll come by tonight to see you, I promise. All right. Thank you. Now you rest like a good girl and get all better. The link blanked. Thomas, Teresa said, news grid flag, last 24 hours, anything on Sanctuary? She didn't need the flag. The screen lit up with current news, and Teresa watched the hollow of Sanctuary blowing up, listened to the shocked newscaster, saw the simulation of the missile's path, heard President Garrison's angry denunciation of the nuclear terrorists who had not yet named themselves. Repeat, Teresa said to Thomas, even though the word came out a choked whisper and the salt tears hurt her radiation-burned skin. The news hollow repeated. So, they were all dead. Miranda Sharifi, dead at La Solana, along with all the strange and inhuman supers who had changed humanity into something different. Jennifer Sharifi, dead on Sanctuary, along with her brilliant, powerful people who controlled so much of the world's money in ways Teresa had never understood. Lisha Camden, dead 7 years ago in a Georgia swamp. All dead. All the people Gene Mod for never having to sleep. All the people who, Jackson said, were once supposed to be the next step in evolution. All dead. But Lizzie Francie and her baby were alive. In jail. In Manhattan East Enclave. Tell the doctor. Tell Vicky. Come get. Teresa couldn't do it. She was too weak, too frightened. Please tell Dr. Aronow and Vicky Turner right away to come get me. It's an emergency. She could do it if she became Cassie. Teresa closed her eyes. The tears stopped. Jackson had no idea, nobody did, how often in the last month Teresa had become Cassie. Lying in bed, hurting even through the painkillers, struggling to push herself through the physical rehabilitation program, making herself think about the explosion at La Solana without panic and seizure. Teresa had practiced being Cassie. Being someone who was not afraid, who was able to decide what she had to do and then do it. She became Cassie now. Gradually, Teresa's breathing slowed. Her hands stopped trembling. More important, she could feel the difference in her head, like a news grid changing channels almost. Her brain felt different. Could that be? But it was how she felt. Teresa swung her legs to the floor and reached for her crutches. The nursing bot floated to her bedside. Do you need help, Ms. Aronow? Would you prefer a bedpan? No, deactivate, Teresa said, and the part of her that was still Teresa, there was such a part, only if she thought too much about that, she'd lose the part that wasn't, heard the decisiveness in her tone. Cassie's tone, in Teresa's still, hoarse voice. Don't think about it. She struggled out of her nightgown and into a dress. It hung on her thin body. Shoes, jacket. In the foyer, she caught a glimpse of herself in a mirror. No. Oh, God, no. That bald head? Her? Sunken eyes, burned, scabbed skin stretched over the skull? Her? The tears started again. No, Cassie wouldn't cry. Cassie would know it was only temporary. She was getting better. Jackson said so. Cassie would wear a hat. Teresa took one of Jackson's and jammed it down over her ears. Manhattan East Jail. Look up the coordinates, she told the GoBot that the building had called for her. She tried to scowl like Cassie. She'd had to wait for the GoBot for nearly 15 minutes, but she'd stayed Cassie the whole time. Yes, Ms. Aronow, the GoBot said. Teresa opaqued the windows and closed her eyes to avoid glimpsing herself in window reflections. The GoBot left her in front of a building near the Enclave Shield's east wall. A few people hurrying by stopped on the sidewalk and stared at her. Teresa ignored them. Chin high, hands clasped tightly together, she told the retina scanner in the deserted atrium, I'm Teresa Aronow. I'm here to see a prisoner. Lizzie Francie, or whoever is in charge here. You're not registered as an attorney, Ms. Aronow, the building said, or as a close relative of the prisoner. No, Can I talk to a human, please? I'm sorry, we're in an emergency state just now. All Patterson Protect personnel have been deployed elsewhere. Would you care to wait? An emergency state. Of course. The attack on Sanctuary. People must be afraid the next bomb could fall on New York. If she hadn't opaqued the GoBot window, she would probably have seen people streaming out of the enclave by air. No wonder her building had taken so long to get her a GoBot. And maybe the startled-looking people outside hadn't been startled by her weird looks after all, but by their own fear. This bolstered her. I don't want to wait, she said. I want to take Lizzie Francie out of here. What do I have to do for that? Are you requesting public records? Yes. Was she? Why not? This is public records, a different system said. How may I help you? I want to take Lizzie Francie home. With me. Francie, Elizabeth. Citizen ID CLM-03-9645-957, the system recited. Apprehended, 4:45 p.m., May 18th, 2121, at 349 East 96th Street by Patterson Protect Security Bot. Serial number 45296, licensed to Manhattan East Enclave for official operation within the Enclave Dome. Placed under Enclave Detention, Patterson Protect Franchise Headquarters, 5:01 p.m. Detaining personnel, Officer Karen Ellen Foster. Grounds filed for detention. Breaking and entering, criminal trespass. Current legal status, enclave action only, NYPD not notified. Current detainee status, in custody. Alert, no registered attorney. Teresa repeated stubbornly because she didn't know what else to do. I want to take her home. Detainee has not been placed under NYPD arrest. Patterson Protect does not have extended detention rights without NYPD notification. No notification has been filed for Francie Elizabeth, citizen ID CLM-03-9645-957. However, arrested person does not have authorization to remain within Manhattan East Enclave unless she is under the recognizance of a registered resident. She's my guest. Was that good enough? Cassie would think it was good enough. Teresa said more firmly, my guest, mine, Teresa Aronow. Let the record read that in the absence of Patterson Protect notification of charges to NYPD, detainee Elizabeth Francie, citizen ID CLM-03-9645-957, has been released under the recognizance of Teresa Catherine Aronow, citizen ID CGC-02-8736-341. Thank you for your patronage of Patterson Protect. Teresa suddenly panicked. And the baby? Let me take the baby home, too. Lizzie's baby. I forget his name. The baby. The system did not respond. Teresa closed her eyes, fighting for control. Cassie would not panic. Cassie would wait and see if Lizzie came out of one of these doors carrying the baby. Cassie would wait, and then decide what to do next. She was Cassie. Miss Aronow, Lizzie said. Teresa? Teresa opened her eyes. Lizzie stood there without the baby. She stared at Teresa from wide, shocked eyes, and Teresa remembered how she must look. She said, Where's the baby? Baby? My baby, you mean? Home with my mother. Why? I thought, what happened to you? And at that, Teresa crumpled. She wasn't Cassie. Now that someone else was here, someone stronger, now that Lizzie had reminded Teresa of how she looked, now that she'd succeeded in getting Lizzie out, she wasn't Cassie anymore. She was Teresa Aronow, and she could feel her breathing start to go ragged and could watch her scrawny arm clutch at the disheveled liver girl who, for all Teresa knew, might be the only human left in an enclave about to be hit by a nuclear bomb. Teresa moaned. No, don't do that here, Lizzie said from far away. God, it's just like Shocky, isn't it? And you never even breathed a neuropharm. Come on, don't fall, lean on me. No, wait, I need my terminal back. Building system, I want the backpack me that I come in here with. Teresa's weakened legs gave way. Her crutches clattered to the floor, and she with them. Later, how much? She felt herself half dragged, half carried outside, dumped into a GoBot, held firmly around the shoulders. Come on, girl, it's all right. Come on, girl, Lizzie was saying over and over. Don't be like this, you. You can't be like this. I need you. I need you. It got through to her. I need you. Like people needed Cassie, like people needed Jackson. But not Teresa. People never needed Teresa because she was always the one doing the needing. Not this time. She concentrated on once more being Cassie. Her breathing slowed. The streets came back into focus. Her fingers unclutched Lizzie. The click went on in her brain. Lizzie was staring at her. How did you do that? I can't explain. Well, don't then, you. We have more important things. Where can you make this thing go so we can talk? Home. No, probably monitored. What's all that woods? Central Park, but we can't. But, Lizzie said, go into Central Park and stop someplace private, with a lot of trees, and no people within 100 yards. The GoBot whizzed through the streets of the enclave, entered the park, and stopped under a huge maple near the East Green. With one hand, Lizzie dragged Teresa away from the GoBot. With the other, she carried a purple backpack, which she opened on the grass to pull out a terminal. The GoBot whizzed off. I wanted it to wait, Lizzie said. Oh, never mind, we'll call another one. I have to find Dr. Aronow right away. I'll have to take the risk of a call. Jackson's at Kelvin Kastner, Teresa said. She wrapped her arms around herself. Her wasted body felt cold and exhausted. But you can't reach him. Cassie's intercepting his calls, even emergency ones. She didn't want me to know, but Sanctuary was bombed and destroyed. Lizzie didn't answer. She didn't look surprised, but then she said slowly, Are you sure? Yes. Teresa felt the tears start again. I saw the news grids. Who did it? Teresa could only shake her head. Lizzie demanded, Why are you crying? There were only Sleepless on Sanctuary, right? Lisha? Miranda? Miranda Sharifi's on the moon at Selene. And who's Lisha? Never mind. Let me think, you. Lizzie sat over her unactivated terminal, silent. Teresa fought for control of herself. She was Cassie. She was Cassie. No, she wasn't. She was Teresa Aronow, sick and weak and exposed in Central Park, and she wanted passionately to go home and go to sleep. Lizzie said slowly, Sanctuary made the fear neuropharm that infected my baby, and my mother, and Billy, and all of them. At least I think it was Sanctuary. They were monitoring my tribe afterward with heavily encrypted and shielded data streams, and I don't know how they'd even know we were infected if they hadn't done it. Only if they're all dead, all the Sleepless. God, Teresa, don't cave in now, you. I want to go home. No, we can't. I have to find Dr. Aronow. If we can't call him, we'll have to go there, us. Look, I'll call a GoBot on my terminal. Just hang on. Teresa didn't. But she didn't panic either. She was too exhausted, clear down to her weakened bones. She tried to tell Lizzie that a GoBot wouldn't take them to Kelvin Kastner in Boston because the GoBots couldn't leave the enclave, but she was too exhausted to form the words. The last thing she remembered was falling asleep on the grass in Central Park, Jean Maud and Fragrant, while she wept wearily for the Sleepless, who were all gone and would never come again. 22. Jackson sat in the atrium of Kelvin Kastner on a white marble bench, surrounded by white marble columns, a decorative pool filled with milky white water, and his lawyer. The surface of the white water was occasionally broken by darting silver fish, Jean Maud and shining. The white columns were subtly laced with silver threads. The last time Jackson had sat here, the lobby had been all paisley double helixes. Somebody had reprogrammed. Jackson's lawyer, in severe black business coat buttoned to his chin, was costing Ten-Tech triple legal fees for immediate, exclusive, and overriding service. Jackson had summoned him from Manhattan's best law firm an hour before, causing several other cases to be postponed. For this situation, Jackson didn't want a Ten-Tech lawyer, who might have slept with Cassie. They can't keep us waiting out here indefinitely, can they? He demanded. No, said Evan Matthew Winterton, of Cisneros, Linville, Winterton, and Atkins. He was Jean Maud for a certain kind of 18th century handsomeness, long, bony, aristocratic face, sharp, deep-set eyes, delicate, long fingers with tensile strength. Winterton flicked through a handheld terminal in write mode. Contractually, you have guaranteed physical access to the premises as well as the data. Not, however, to the person of Alex Kastner. He doesn't have to see you. But Thurmond Rogers does. Yes, although the wording here in Section 5, Paragraph 4 is ambiguous on a few points. Why didn't you come to me in the first place to have this drawn up? I didn't know I'd need you, or anyone like you. I trusted Kelvin Kastner to do what they said they'd do. The lawyer just looked at him. All right, I was a fool, Jackson said, and hoped the building was recording. Let Cassie and Rogers know that he knew it. I won't be a fool again, which is why I've hired a systems expert on the same basis as you. You can have a systems expert, Winterton said with the patience of someone who's already said it several times. A systems expert to write flagging, data organization, and data summary algorithms. What you can't have is a systems expert to dip private corporate records, unless you have sufficient evidence for a court order that Kelvin Kastner is in violation of contract. I've already explained, Jackson, that you don't have such evidence. No, all he had was the look in Kazi's eyes, to which years of watching had attuned him as sensitively as a brain scan. Not the sort of thing that led to a court order. It led only to truth. However, Winterton continued, in his pedantic style that Jackson suspected covered the instincts of a killer shark, if your professional examination of the data offered, plus that of the systems expert, shows sufficient cause to suspect that Kelvin Kastner is not complying with contractual promises of disclosure, then a subpoena ducis tecum is certainly possible. So Winterton, too, expected the building to be recording. He was warning Kastner. The wall brightened, and a hollow of Thurmond Rogers appeared, smiling warmly. Jackson, I'm so glad you finally dropped by to see our progress personally. No, I don't think you will be, Jackson said. This is my lawyer, Evan Winterton. A systems expert is en route from New York, along with 2 medical consultants. We're going to be going very carefully over your data, Thurmond, to be sure you're in contractual compliance. Rogers' smile didn't waver. Certainly, Jackson. Standard procedure when there's this much at stake, isn't it? You're more than welcome. Then let us in. Now, Jackson, this is a level 4 biohazard facility. The air is sealed, you know that. And we have U.S. Installation A decontamination procedures. No researcher has left the building since the start of the project. Once in, you're in. But Alex Kastner has authorized complete terminal facilities for you in the unsealed portion of Kelvin Kastner. The rooms are quite comfortable. So, if you'll just follow my hollow... No, Jackson said. My team will use the comfortable facilities, but I'm coming inside, to the labs. Thurman's face turned grave. Jackson, that's not advisable, particularly with your sister so sick and susceptible to infection. She's not changed, is she? Kazi told me. Although the neuropharm isn't transmissible in its current form, there's no guarantee that a version might not mutate, or even be deliberately created, that is transmissible by direct contact. I'm coming in, Jackson said. It's in my contract. Then I can't stop you, Rogers said, and from the lack of hesitation, Jackson knew that this had been discussed before he even arrived. If he insists, legally we have to admit him, someone had decided. Kastner or KC Counsel, or even judicial probability software. But of course you'll have to go through decontamination procedures and quarantine before you can leave again. If you'll both follow the hollow, I'll conduct you each to the appropriate corridor for... The hollow froze. At the same moment, Winterton's comlink shrilled. Code 1 call, Mr. Winterton. Repeat, Code 1 call. Winterton said, Go ahead, by cable, please. Only then did Jackson notice the thin insulated wire running discreetly from the collar of Winterton's coat to his left ear. His law firm's Code 1 calls must come in heavily encrypted. But once the remote in his pocket had unscrambled them, the data was vulnerable to field interception. Unless it traveled to his brain not in any radiated form, but by old-fashioned insulated cable. Sometimes, Jackson reflected coldly, the old-fashioned method was the best, such as visually inspecting Casey's experiments for himself. Evan Winterton's long, aristocratic face suddenly trembled. The deep-set eyes widened, then closed. Jackson understood that he was looking at an extreme emotional reaction. Thurmond Rogers's frozen hollow abruptly vanished. What is it? Jackson said. What's happened? Winterton took a moment to answer. His voice sounded scraped. Someone has blown up Sanctuary. Sanctuary? Nuclear. From the outside, missile trajectory originating in Africa. The president has declared a national alert. Winterton stood up, took a pointless step forward, and began flicking rapidly through his remote, still listening to an ear implant. Jackson tried to take it in. Sanctuary gone, and La Solana as well. All the Sleepless, or pretty close to it. But only Teresa and Vicky and he knew that. The rest of the world thought Miranda Sharifi was safe at Salini Base. Who? Doesn't matter, Winterton said, and Jackson saw that to him it didn't. Cisneros, Linville, Winterton, and Atkins must have many clients who dealt, directly or indirectly, with Sanctuary. Jennifer Sharifi's tangle of corporations, lobbyists, investors, holding companies, and data atoll activities would, of course, need a legion of lawyers, both sleepless and, as blinds, sleepers. Every financial institution in the world would react to the massacre at Sanctuary. The legal implications would take decades to unravel. The livers didn't have decades, not if the neurofarm spread. I'm sorry, Jackson, I have to leave, Winterton said. Urgent business at my firm. I've retained you, Jackson said. You're obligated to stay until we... I'm sorry, but I am not, Winterton said. As yet we have nothing in writing. If it weren't for the overriding need at my firm... But surely you see that this changes everything. Sanctuary is destroyed. Not even Evan Matthew Winterton, Jackson noted as the lawyer left, could keep the note of awe from his voice. Jackson stared into the atrium pool with its clouded white water. The silver fish darted and leaped ceaselessly. Their metabolism must be genetically accelerated to keep up that activity level. He wondered what they ate. Sanctuary is destroyed. This changes everything. And in Vicky's voice, it's up to you, Jackson. He didn't want it to be up to him. He was one individual, not particularly effective in the world, and his professional training had only underscored his belief that no one individual made much difference. Science argued against it. Evolution was never interested in the individual, only in the survival of the species. Brain chemistry shaped the individual's choice of actions, no matter how much that person might believe in free will. Even the great scientific discoveries, if they had not been made by the men and women who made them, would eventually have been discovered by somebody else. When the slow accretion of tiny bits of knowledge reached critical mass, then you got steamships, or relativity, or Y energy. The individual wasn't really important for radical change. Perhaps a Miranda Sharifi was the exception. But Miranda Sharifi had not been human, and there were no more like Miranda Sharifi left. And Jackson didn't want this. He wanted to live quietly with Teresa, and to be able to love Cassie again, and to practice medicine, conventional medicine, the kind he'd been trained for before these Sleepless started remaking the world. As it happened, he couldn't have any of those things, but they were nonetheless what he wanted. Or did he? If he had wanted to practice conventional medicine, he could have joined Doctors for Human Aid, left his comfortable enclave, and practiced among the liver children dying for want of medical care. If he had really wanted Cassie back, he wouldn't have opposed her on 10-Tech's role in adapting the neurofarm delivery targets. If he had wanted to live quietly with Teresa, why wasn't he there now doing that, in their apartment, overlooking the carefully guarded Eden of Central Park? Welcome to personal evolution. He stood. The silverfish continued to cavort frantically in their white pool. Probably their gene mod metabolism didn't permit them to stop. Building, Jackson said. Tell security I'm ready to begin decontamination for the sealed biohazard labs. A remote hollow of Cassie appeared at his elbow. Jackson had just emerged from decon, dressed in a disposable suit of Kelvin Kastner green. The suit wasn't in any way protective. Maybe KC wasn't concerned about what might infect him as much as they were about what he might have carried in with him. Or maybe he would have to go through yet more decon before he inspected the biohazard labs supposedly recreating the inhibition neurofarm, if there were any such labs. Cassie's hollow, projected from inside Kelvin Kastner, or outside, said, "Hello, Jackson. Despite everything, it's good to see you again in actual flesh." Her manner was perfect. Not seductive. She must sense he'd moved beyond that susceptibility. Not cold, not accusing, not ingratiating, not falsely friendly. Cassie spoke gravely, quietly, with just a shade of regret that things could not be different, a shade of respect for Jackson's right to do what he was doing. Perfect. "Hello, Cassie." Astonishingly, he felt for her a sudden stab of pity, because he felt nothing else. "Shall we get started?" "Yes, there's a lot to show you, and someone will be here soon to do that. But while you were in decon, a complication arrived." "Arrived?" "Your friend Victoria Turner, with that liver girl, the mother of the juvenile tissue samples. Ms. Turner is demanding to be admitted wherever you are. Demanding it somewhat vociferously, I might add." The Cassie projection looked at Jackson meaningfully, sudden vulnerability in her holographic eyes. Deliberate or genuine? He'd never been able to tell with Cassie, and now it no longer mattered. He considered rapidly. "Admit Vicky through decon. She can assist me in my inspection. Put Lizzie in the outside room with the systems experts from New York. Are they here yet?" "No, but I'm afraid Ms. Turner can't blithely walk through Kelvin Kastner proprietary labs just because you have a—" "An assistant inspector is in my contract." Read it again. "A trained assistant, not some amateur—" "Vicky once worked for the Genetics Standards Enforcement Agency. She's trained in espionage. Now show me where I can link with Lizzie immediately, while Vicky's in decon." Cassie bit her bottom lip hard enough to draw a single bright drop of red blood. Then she said coldly, "Go down this corridor and through the last door on your left." Jackson understood that Cassie had absorbed the changes between them and moved on. That single drop of holographic blood was the only acknowledgement that he would ever see, or possibly that Cassie would let herself feel. The door led to an alcove-sized room with a standard self-contained building system terminal. Jackson said, "Call to Lizzie Francie, on premises." "Dr. Aronow, don't worry about Teresa. She's back home and asleep." "Teresa? Back home? What are you talking about?" Lizzie grinned. Jackson saw that she was bursting with excitement and self-congratulations. She looked a mess. Bits of grass, very green, very Gene Mod grass, in her hair, her face dirty, her screaming yellow jacks more rumpled than he thought plastic jacks could look. She was a vivid, youthful, disorderly smear in the pristine Kelvin Kastner work cubicle, and Jackson felt his spirits lift just looking at her. "I walked to Manhattan East Enclave to see you because I have something important to tell you that I couldn't open a link for." "Then don't say it here." "Of course not," Lizzie said scornfully. "Anyway, I got into Manhattan East all by myself. I'll tell you how later. And then a security bot picked me up and took me to jail. I faked a medical emergency and forced the med unit to open up a link to your house. Only you weren't there, so I talked to Teresa, and she came down to jail and got me out." "Teresa? How could she—" "I don't know. She does something weird with her brain. Anyway, when Teresa got too scared, I took her home and used your system to call Vicky, who it turned out was out looking for me. She brought me here because she said you needed me, but I wanted to tell you first that the nursing bot says Teresa's fine and she's asleep. And Dirk is fine too. I called my mother." Jackson felt dizzy. Lizzie, a liver, scarcely more than a child, had walked 200 miles to New York, dipped what was supposed to be an impenetrable energy shield, subverted the Patterson Protect security equipment, and sat there eager to pit herself against one of the world's major pharmaceutical companies. The individual wasn't really important for radical change? Listen, Lizzie, I need you to write flagging programs for a list of keyword combinations I'm going to give you to search all Kelvin Kastner records. Copy everything flagged for me to look at later, with double flagging clearly indicated. Lizzie stared at him, looking puzzled. What he was asking her to do was something anyone basically familiar with systems could do. He spoke the next words very slowly and carefully, looking directly into her eyes, willing her to understand. This is very important. I need you to do what you do best. She got it. Jackson could tell from her smile. What she did best was data dip fast, confusing her tracks as she went, so that even the KC systems experts who would be following everything she did would be constantly one move behind her. She'd find hidden data that matched his flagging combinations faster than they expected, and she'd copy it to her own crystal library faster than they'd believe possible, especially than they'd believe possible by a dirty teenage liver. And after she'd done it, Jackson would have sufficient cause for a subpoena duces tecum of private KC documents. Okay, Dr. Aronow, Lizzie said cheerfully, and he would swear she looked so wide-eyed and dumb just to throw off the KC observers. She was enjoying this, the little witch. Jackson wasn't. He let Cassie lead him to the first of the KC labs and introduce him to the junior lab tech, a status insult, of course, appointed to explain the research to the intrusive outsider. Jackson prepared to hear streams of irrelevant summaries, to examine ongoing irrelevant experiments, and to wonder behind what sealed doors the real work was going forward, in directions that would not do anything to make little Dirk less afraid of the trees outside his front door. Dip hard, Lizzie. Dip fast. By midnight, Jackson's head ached. For hours he'd concentrated on the research he'd been shown, trying to discern behind it the shadowy outlines of what he wasn't being shown. He hadn't eaten. He hadn't taken in sunlight. Brain and body couldn't take any more. For the first time he realized that Vicky hadn't joined him. This particular series of protein foldings looked promising at first, said the senior researcher that Jackson had insisted replace the junior lab tech as his guide. But as you can see from the model, the ganglioid ionization... Where's Victoria Turner, my assistant who was supposed to show up here hours ago? Dr. Keith Whitfield Clausen, one of the leading microbiologists in the United States, looked at Jackson coldly. I have no idea where your people are, Doctor. No, sorry. Thank you for your time, Doctor, but I think we'd better resume in the morning. If you'd just point me in the direction of my quarters. You'll need to call the building system for a holo guide, Clausen said, even more coldly. Good night, Doctor. The building led him to his room, a nondescript rectangle designed for comfort but not aesthetics. Bed, closet, bureau, chair, terminal. Jackson used the room terminal to call Lizzie. She sat alone in the same room as hours ago, a table by her elbows strewn with the remains of mouth food. Her hair stuck out all over her head, evidently pulled at in the throes of battle, and her black eyes gleamed. She didn't look even remotely tired. Jackson suddenly felt old. Lizzie, how are the flagging programs coming along? Fine, she grinned. I'm getting closer and closer to a really good flag. Oh, and Vicky said to tell you she's on her way through decon and will be there to talk to you soon. What took her so long? She'll tell you herself. Sorry, Jackson, I have to get back to work. It was the first time Lizzie had ever called him by his first name. Despite himself, Jackson smiled ruefully. Lizzie now considered them equals. How did he feel about that? He was too tired to feel anything about anything. But when he came out of the shower, dressed in complimentary pajamas of Kelvin Kastner green, Vicky sat on his lone complimentary KC green chair. Hello, Jackson. I invited myself in. So I see. Was his room monitored? Of course it was. Vicky looked even more exhausted than Jackson felt. Instead of the liver jacks he'd always seen her in, She wore a pants and tunic of KC post-decon green. She said, "I've been to your house. That's why I wasn't here earlier. Don't look so alarmed. Teresa's fine, but I have a lot to tell you." "Maybe not." "From across the room. Yes, you're right, darling." She got up from the chair, walked toward him, didn't stop. Not until she'd pushed him back onto the bed and stretched full length beside him did she stop. She put her mouth directly over his ear and whispered, "You could act as if you meant it, you know. Monitors." Jackson put his arms around her. She was presumably trained for this kind of thing. He was not. He felt embarrassed, ridiculous, exhausted, and horny. Her body felt light and long in his arms, different from Cassie's tiny voluptuousness. She smelled of decon fluids and very clean female hair. She covered his ear with her mouth. "Lizzie left the tribe 2 weeks ago because she discovered high-intensity monitors there. She traced the data stream back to Sanctuary. They were responsible for the neurofarm. No, don't react, Jackson. Stay amorous." Sanctuary. Responsible for the neurofarm. Why? To keep power from shifting unpredictably to unpredictable livers. "More," Vicky breathed. "Something strange is going on at Brookhaven National Laboratories. An information shutdown. After Sanctuary blew and Lizzie felt safe dipping again, she went into the government DBs. I'm guessing, but I think Sanctuary tried to extend the neurofarm to the enclaves before somebody blew them up. The news grids are assuming it was Selene. But if what Teresa said was true, Selene is empty, and Jennifer Sharifi killed Miranda before Sanctuary was hit. So somebody else destroyed Sanctuary. No, don't show any reaction, Jackson. Act natural." Act natural? What the hell was that? Jackson didn't know anymore. Selene is empty, and Jennifer Sharifi killed Miranda, and somebody else destroyed Sanctuary. His arms trembled. To still them, he pulled Vicky closer and pressed his mouth against her neck. And Teresa? Get comfortable, Jackson. It's a complicated narrative. Something has happened to Teresa, and I don't really understand what or how. Interlude. Transmission date, May 20th, 2121. To Selene Base, Moon. Via Denver Enclave Ground Station, GEO Satellite C-1663, U.S. Message type, unencrypted. Message class, Class D, Public Service Access, in accordance with Congressional Bill 4892-18, May 2118. Originating group, the town of Crawford, Perez. Message: We counted us on you, Miranda Sharifi. You was supposed to save us, you. Now it's too late. 3 babies are sick, them already. And it's your fault. Who are we supposed to look to now, us? Who? Acknowledgement. None received. 23. Teresa awoke from a deep sleep to find herself back in her own bed with no clear memory of getting there. Had Lizzie Francie brought her home in a GoBot? That must have been what happened. And she, Teresa Aronow, had gotten Lizzie out of jail. Teresa lay quietly, marveling. Her back ached, her skin itched, her bald head burned. All her muscles felt watery. Yet she had forced herself to leave the apartment, go to a jail, and free a strange girl she'd only seen once in her life. Despite her dread and doubts and anguish, which were no different than they'd ever been. Her brain was no different, only somehow, when she pretended to be Cassie Sanders, it was. Not pretended to be Cassie, became Cassie. For a little while anyway, and in her own mind. Did that mean that if she could somehow change her brain, anybody could? Without more syringes from the Sleepless, who no longer existed? The nursing bot floated to her bed. Time for physical rehabilitation, Ms. Aronow. Would you like to eat first? Yes. No. Let me think, please. Teresa stared at the bot. For 6 weeks, she'd heard Jackson or Vicky give it instructions. She knew the words. Do a brain scan, please. Print results. The bot moved into position, extended 4 screens around her head, and whirred gently. Teresa lay still and thought about the night last autumn when Cassie had brought her friends around, those frightening cold men wearing rags and bees and breathing from inhalers. When the printout issued from the bot, she laid it on her pink-flowered bedspread. Now do another brain scan in exactly 5 minutes. It is not usual to do 2 scans so close together. Results don't. Do it anyway, please. Just this once, all right? She was pleading with a bot. Cassie would never plead with a bot. Teresa closed her eyes and became Cassie. She was striding into the jail, insisting on taking Lizzie home. She was at the Manhattan East Airfield, arranging for a charter plane. She was facing Cassie, Cassie facing Cassie, telling her to treat Jackson better, telling Cassie what a good person Jackson actually was, telling Cassie off. The nursing bot whirred. Teresa closed her eyes. When she was just Teresa again, she studied the 2 printouts, trying to compare them. She didn't know what the diagrams meant or the numbers or the symbols along one side. Most of the words were too hard for her to read, but she could tell that all of those things differed from one paper to the other. So, it was real. Her brain worked differently when she was being Cassie, when she was choosing for it to work differently. She could choose to change its chemistry, or electricity, or whatever things these scans measured. It was real. The nursing bot said pleasantly, Time for physical rehabilitation, Ms. Aronow. Would you like to eat first? No, deactivate, please. Teresa got out of bed. Her legs felt shaky, but she could stand. No time for a shower, though. She didn't want to waste her strength, even though she'd look like a scruffy beggar. She paused. A beggar. Someone with no power to command, no power to hide, no power to trade, no power to look scary with. She pulled off her nightdress and walked unsteadily to Jackson's room. From his closet she took pants and a shirt and used scissors to rip and cut them. From a pot of Jean Maud flowers, big showy purple blooms that Cassie must have given him, Teresa took soil and rubbed it into Jackson's clothes. The soil was probably Jean Maud for all kinds of things, but it still dirtied the pants and shirt. They were too big for Teresa. She tied them on with string. When she looked at herself in the mirror, she wanted to cry. Bald, burned head, sunken face, dirty, ragged clothes, trembling and weak. No, not cry. Exult. This was her gift, and she was finally going to use it. Follow me, please, she told the nursing bot, relieved when it did. She managed to get to the roof, into the air car, and all the way to the Hudson River camp without being Cassie. She was saving it. When the car had landed out of view of the liver camp, she took a deep breath and began. Ms. Aronow, said the nursing bot on the seat beside her, it really is time for physical rehabilitation. Would you like to eat first? Teresa ignored it. She was a beggar with the gift of needing these frightened people, the gift of needing to be fed, to be welcomed, to be taken in. She was hungry and weak, and she needed them. She brought the gift of need to save them. Ms. Aronow, it really is. She was a beggar with the gift of needing these frightened people, the gift of needing to be fed, to be welcomed. Ms. Aronow, stay here for half an hour and then follow me. She wasn't Teresa, she was a beggar with a gift, the gift of needing. The walk to the camp nearly finished her. The camp looked deserted, but the beggar knew better. She squatted outside in full view of a window and began to cry. "I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry." And she was. Teresa was hungry. The beggar was hungry. Teresa was the beggar, with her gift. Eventually the door opened, and an old woman peered fearfully around its corner, hugging the door. "Please, ma'am, I'm not changed. I haven't eaten. I'm sick. I'm so hungry. Don't leave me here." The woman's fear was heavy on the air. The beggar could smell it. But her old face creased with compassion. The beggar saw that the old woman, in her long life, knew well what it meant to be hungry and sick and alone. Slowly, the old woman crept around the door, and with her the two people to whom she must be bonded, another elderly woman and a young girl whose heavy features resembled the second woman. One carried a bowl, another a blanket, a third a plastic cup. 10 feet from the beggar, they stopped, breathing hard, taut with fear. "Please, please, I can't move any more." Fear warred with memory. The old women, who remembered the unchanged days of hunger and sickness, briefly became the people they'd been then, and moved toward Teresa, the stranger in need. "Here now, how come you're not changed, you? Eat this, go on. Look at her arms, Paula. They're like sticks, them." Plastic bowl and spoon, a mess of gluey food, looking like oatmeal but tasting of wild nuts, slightly bitter, incompletely masked by too sweet maple sugar. The beggar wolfed it all. "She's starving her. Paula, she can't hardly move. We can't leave her here, us." From around the edge of the heavy door crept Josh and Mike and Patty, clinging to each other's hands. "Jump." Feebly, the beggar raised her bald, scarred head. They didn't recognize her. Not changed, her? Jesus Christ. "It's starting to rain. She can't stay, her, out here like that." Mike picked her up. The beggar winced as her tender skin was hoisted into his arms. He carried her inside, the others trailing behind. A dim, strange room, unfamiliar faces peering at her in fear. Her throat started to close and her heart to race. But she wasn't Teresa. She was the beggar with a gift. They needed her to need them. The unchanged child, the same child she'd seen before in another life, watched her from behind her mother's legs. So it was still alive, and older. The beggar could see now that it was a little boy. His nose streamed snot. His crippled left arm, shorter than the right, dangled from his shoulder. "Thank you," she said to the circle of faces. A few shrank back, but the rest nodded and smiled. "Now, will you let me give you something, because you helped me?" Immediate alarm. Something different, something new. The beggar wondered, deep in a part of the brain that was someone else, how all their brain scans changed with her words. "You can do this. Accept this," she said. "It's just a bot. You've all seen bots lots of times." The door to the building had been left open. The nursing bot, following its instructions, followed the beggar. The unchanged child, who had not seen bots lots of times, began to cry. "It's a med unit," the beggar said desperately. Maybe if she spoke like them. "A med unit, like we used to have us. It can't change that baby, but it can give him medicine for his nose. It can fix his arm, And again, you can do this." "Do what, us?" Josh said. He was still the most intelligent and the least afraid. The beggar spoke directly to him. "Do something new, Josh. You can do it, if it's a good thing, and you really want to. I can teach you how, me." She was going too fast. Josh paled. and took a step backward. But she also saw the quick gleam of interest in his eyes before it was lost in fear. He could do it. He could learn to make different brain chemistry by pretending to be a person who was different. Maybe not all of them could, but some could. Like Josh. And maybe that would be enough. A man was backing away from the nursing bot, dragging his two partners with him. No, we're fine, us. Take it away, you. But the mother of the crippled child stood her shaky ground. Teresa reached out, and with a corner of her torn and muddied shirt, wiped the baby's nose. The mother let her, although her hand tightened on the little boy's good shoulder. Still, she let the beggar, who ended up with snot all over her hand, touch her child. She had a reason to fight the fear. Take a neuropharm, Tessie. It's a medical problem. With that thought, she was Teresa again. Teresa weak, Teresa frightened, Teresa in a strange place with strange people. She felt her breathing grow uneven. But she had been the beggar. She had come here. She had made a difference. And next time she would be the beggar longer. Would teach others to do it. Only not now. She was so weak. She was afraid. But these others understood fear. They would take care of her. She had time for just one more thought before blackness took her. Teresa's thought, not the beggar's. Only part way a medical problem, Jackson. Only part way. When she came to herself again, Teresa lay on a strange bed in the dark. No, not a bed. A pile of blankets on the floor, spread over pine branches. She could smell them, and they rustled underneath her. Irregular walls loomed on either side of her. The liver camp. They had put her to bed in one of their own sleeping places. Teresa remembered everything. Immediately she closed her eyes and tried to become Cassie. Only Cassie could get her out of here without panicking. She was Cassie. She was fierce and small and fearless. She was Cassie. The now familiar click happened in her brain. She rose quietly in the dark and groped along the closest wall. It ended in a heavy blanket hung as a curtain. After she pushed it aside, there was more light glowing from a Y-cone in the center of the cavernous floor. The room smelled of unwashed, sleeping people. Cassie crossed it as swiftly as her battered body permitted. Halfway to the door, the nursing bot floated up to her. Ms. Aronow, you've missed 2 sessions of physical Quiet, Cassie whispered. Don't talk. You stay right here. The bot whispered, I am not programmed for override reassignment, Ms. Aronow. I must stay with you. The stupid thing was bonded to her, like Jump. Cassie scowled. Then follow me in half an hour, like before. She hobbled to the door and opened it quietly. The moon was full and high. Cassie started along the path beside the river to the air car. It took every bit of Teresa's strength, borrowed and made and natural, and a final strength that could only have been a gift, to make it. Oh, God, a voice said. Oh, Teresa! Vicky Turner. Vicky's voice. But what was Vicky doing on the roof of her apartment building in the cold night? Teresa, heavily asleep before the air car landed, blinked and shrank back against the seat. Look at you, Teresa. Where did you go? Those rags. Don't you have a hat? Come on, let me help you. I was Cassie, Teresa said, and the beggar. What? Come on inside, you're shivering. I've been waiting here for you to come home because I had no idea where to look. I didn't even dare tell Jackson you were missing. No, Tessie, let me hold you up. Here's the elevator. She was asleep again. She was dreaming. She must be. Strange shapes with huge teeth were chasing her across a Gene Mod garden where all the trees hated her. She could feel their hatred coming to her in waves, and she couldn't understand what she'd done to make them want to destroy her. Teresa, wake up. It's just a dream. You screamed. You've been asleep for hours. Her body was burning up. The shapes had set her on fire. Her head ached. I don't feel so good. Vicky, standing beside her bed with one hand on Teresa's shoulder, went suddenly still. Teresa turned her head and vomited onto the pillow. Vicky waited until she was finished. Come on, Tessie. Slide out the other way. No, you won't fall. I've got you. We're going into the bathroom. There. Teresa, listen, this is very important. Where's the nursing bot? I left it. She let Vicky wipe her face with a cool cloth. So cool. She was burning up, the sharp-toothed shapes that set her arms and legs on fire, and now flames danced along them, dry and hot. Left it where? Where, Tess? The camp. A camp? A liver camp? You gave the nursing bot to a liver camp? I was the beggar. Her stomach heaved, and she vomited again. At the camp, Teresa, was there any liver there who was unchanged? Did you touch anyone who was sick? The baby. His nose. What about his nose? How sick was he? But she couldn't answer. The bathroom jumped and swirled, and she vomited again, thin black bile in ropey gobs. Then she was back in bed, but the bed was clean. Vicky held a pan under her mouth whenever the dry heaves came. Teresa's head pounded from the inside, so hard she could only see in flashes, and the flashes sent hot lances through her eyes. She saw that the room was a mess. Holes in the wall, furniture knocked over. Had Vicky done that? Why had Vicky done that? Where is it, Tess? Think, darling. It's important. Where is it? What? Teresa said, because Vicky's face looked so urgent and intense, like Cassie's face. No one could stand against Cassie, not even Jackson. Only Teresa couldn't be Cassie because she was too weak, too hot. She hurt too much. Where's the safe, Tess? Your father's private safe. I know he had one because I once heard Jackson say so. Come on, Tessie, stay with me. Where's the safe? Safe. She wanted to be safe. All her life, she'd wanted to be safe, and she never had been. Take a neurofarm, Tess. But that wouldn't make her safe. She'd always known that. She'd needed something more, something bigger. Where is your father's private safe? I think master bathroom, the wall behind the toilet. Vicky ran off. Only then did Tess realize that the torn-apart room wasn't hers, but Jackson's. She lay in Jackson's bed and not her own. Jackson's room that had once been her parents'. From the bathroom came a tremendous crash. Jones immediately said, Ms. Aronow, there's a plumbing problem in the master bath. Would you like me to summon a building maintenance bot? Yes. No. More crashes. Something heavy hit something else hard. Teresa cowered in Jackson's bed. Vicky came back in, covered with water. All right. It's an old-fashioned mechanical lock, completely undetectable by any electronics. You open it with numbers. What's the code, Teresa? 3 numbers. Teresa, stay with me. Don't know. Call Jackson. I can't get through. Kelvin Kastner has cut him off electronically, and he probably doesn't even know it. I can't get through to Lizzie. I don't know enough about systems. Wait a minute. Systems. Am I dying? Not if I can help it, Vicky said grimly, and not if your brother is as sentimental and naive as I think. Jones? Calendar information. Teresa winced. Vicky sounded exactly like Cassie. But how could that be? Teresa was Cassie. Jones said, What dates would you like, Ms. Turner? Vicky ran into the bathroom, yelling to Jones, Jackson's birthday. Teresa's birthday. Teresa was dying. But she couldn't die. She had to sing Vespers with Sister Anne. Vespers and Matins and what came next? Something else. The unchanged liver baby with the snotty nose was going to sing with her. She'd promised him. "The date Jackson graduated from medical school," Vicky yelled. If Teresa died, the little boy with the runny nose would die too. "You can't, Jackson," she argued with him, ghostly by her bedside. "You can't stop me. I can show them how. Don't you see? It's a gift. It's always been my only gift. You needed me to take care of." Vicky stood beside her with something in her hand. She'd stopped yelling. In fact, Teresa could barely hear her. Vicky's voice came from someplace very far away, still sounding like Cassie. The code was his wedding date. Damn him for futile tenacity. His wedding date to that narcissistic succubus. "Teresa, listen." The thing in Vicky's hand was a change syringe. "Listen, Tess. Jackson told me he had this put away in his safe for you, for when you someday reversed your decision about changing. You've picked up some disease from that unchanged kid in the liver camp. It must be a fast mutating virus. There's all sorts of microbes coming out of the woods now that the host population is without vaccines. Tess, I gave you antivirals from Jackson's supply, but it doesn't look like any of them are working. I don't know what I'm doing with medicine. The nursing bot is gone. I can't reach Jackson. It has to be the change syringe." Teresa shook her head. Tears burned her eyes. "Tessie, you'd have had to have it sooner or later anyway because of the radiation you took in New Mexico. The cancer curves. I'm going to inject you, Teresa. I have to." G. She couldn't get the word out. Gift. Her gift. It would be gone if she changed. You had to struggle to gain your soul. They said so. All the great historical people that Thomas had quoted for her. "I'm sorry, Tess." Vicky gripped Teresa's arm and raised the syringe. "Beggar," Teresa gasped. "Gift." She closed her eyes, and fever danced along her body and burned her soul. Gone. She felt nothing. When she opened her eyes again, Vicky still held the syringe above Teresa's arm. "Tessie," Vicky whispered, "do you really want to die instead? I can't make you do this. Yes, I can make you, but I shouldn't. It should be your choice. Damn you to hell, Jackson. This should be your problem." Tess said, "My problem." Vicky stared at her. "Yes, your problem, your choice, your life." "God, Tess, how can I not?" "All right. Your choice. Should I inject you? If I don't, you might die. But I don't know that you'll die. If I do inject you, you might or might not have your brain chemistry altered in some ways. I don't know. I'm not a doctor." Her brain chemistry altered. But Teresa could already do that. She could be Cassie, could be the beggar, could make herself control her own brain, at least a little. Enough to be Teresa. Even if her body was changed, she was more than her body. But hadn't she always known that? Wasn't that what she'd argued about so hard with Jackson? "Tess, you're smiling like... God, honey, your forehead is burning up. I don't know what to do." "Inject me," Teresa said, and thought at the moment that the needle plunged in, and through the bright, hot whirl of fever, that Vicky was different from Cassie after all. Cassie would never have said she didn't know what to do. The slim black syringe emptied into her wasted arm. 24. When Vicky finally stopped speaking, Jackson lay silent a long time. Her body beside his on the narrow Kelvin Kastner guest bed no longer distracted him, and he certainly no longer felt sleepy. He believed her, even though some of the events she'd just whispered into his ear seemed incredible. Teresa, his Teresa, bailing Lizzie Francie out of jail? Going alone to a liver camp to give them the nursing bot? Choosing to be changed? And yet he believed Vicky. But then he'd always believed Cassie, too, right up until he came to Kelvin Kastner. "I have something to show you," Vicky said, and now it was her voice that drowsed. "Proof, of a sort. But it can wait until morning. I am spectacularly sleepy, worn out with Lizzie and Teresa, the children of the next age." "The what?" Jackson said, more harshly than he'd intended, because he felt so disoriented. Teresa choosing to be changed. Teresa changed. Would she still need him? "Children of the new age," Vicky repeated, almost mumbling. "Self-appointed." She was asleep. Jackson eased himself away from her limp body and off the bed. Sleep was impossible. The room, 10 by 10 at the most, had no room to pace, and if he used its terminal, he might wake Vicky. He didn't want Vicky awake. She'd only hit him with additional emotional right hooks. That's what she did, and he'd already been hit too many times today. How many brain-rattling punches were too many, and why the hell was he the one receiving them? Soundlessly, Jackson opened the bedroom door, closed it behind him, and padded barefoot in his borrowed pajamas down the unfamiliar and institutional-looking hallway. At the end, he found a small, empty lounge. Of course it was empty. This was the middle of the night. The lounge held a sofa, chairs, table, serve-bot, all as institutional as the hallway, and a flat-screen terminal. "System on," Jackson said. "Yes, how can I help you?" An anonymous program for waiting technicians or bored insomniac guests. Undoubtedly limited access. It was enough. "News grids, please, channel 35. "Certainly, and if there's anything else Kelvin Kastner can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask." In eastern Kansas, the tornado brushed the Wichita enclave, which immediately activated high-security shields. In Washington, Congress continued debating on the controversial airport regulation package. The Senate vote is scheduled for tomorrow morning. In Paris, the Sorbonne enclave saw the first performance of Claude Guillaume Arnaud's new concerto, Le Moindre. The venerable but irascible, much-feted composer did not... "Internal communications," Jackson said. The news grids didn't have anything fresh on the destruction of Sanctuary, and the Inhibition Neurofarm wasn't yet major news, merely an isolated phenomenon, a local curiosity among backward livers. Fools. The enclaves were all fools. "Yes, how can I help you?" the program said. "With which internal department would you like to link?" "Not a department, an individual. Lizzie Francie. She's a guest user somewhere in this building, in the bio-unshielded portion." "Certainly, and if there's anything else Kelvin Kastner can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask." Lizzie's face came on the screen. Her wiry black hair stuck out in 20 different directions, hirsute vectors. Her black eyes gleamed with excitement, despite the deep shadows underneath. "I just tried to link with your room." "I'm not there," Jackson said inanely. "Only Vicky is. She came from my and Teresa's—" "I know," Lizzie said hurriedly. She raised both hands to her hair and pulled, creating even more hair vectors. "I woke her up. Jackson, I need me to come into you. To see you, me, in person, now." "Lizzie, it's bio-shielded here. If you come in, you can't leave for—" I know, but I have to come in, me, now." Jackson looked more closely. It wasn't excitement shining in Lizzie's eyes, it was fear, and her speech had reverted to liver. "Lizzie, what—" "Nothing yet. I can't dip this system, me, it's too hard. But I don't like it here, me, by myself. I want Vicky. I want to come in, me." Lizzie, Jackson saw, was trying hard to look pathetic. A teenage girl alone in the middle of the night in a strange place who wanted her surrogate mother. Except that this was Lizzie Francie, who had walked to New York alone, had broken into a supposedly impenetrable enclave, had dipped more donkey corporations than Jackson could probably name. The pathos was faked. The underlying fear was not. He said, "Dirk, I know that if I come in me, I'll be in quarantine a few weeks, but I want Vicky, me, and I can't dip this fucking system." Tears filled her black eyes. Bewildered, Jackson said, "All right, I'll tell a hollow to lead you to decon. Thurmond Rogers gave me the code. The whole process takes about an hour, but you can't take your terminal through, Lizzie." "My diary is on here, and Dirk's baby pictures." And she started to cry. "Lizzie, sweetheart, I want Vicky." So all at once did Jackson. Vicky might know how to deal with unexpected hysteria. Lizzie, of all people, wailing and throwing a tantrum for her mother. But Vicky wasn't even her mother. And Jackson didn't believe that Lizzie hadn't dipped the Kelvin Kastner system. "Come on in, Lizzie," Vicky said beside him. "Leave your terminal. Isn't the information you're concerned about backed up at Jackson's?" "No! If I try, it might be zapped." "Then carry your personal system. You've unlinked it from KC already, haven't you? Of course you have. Carry it outside the building. Through the door behind you, turn left at the end of the corridor, continue to the fire exit. Right outside are 7 people in a van. Give them your system and they'll safeguard it while you come in to me." Jackson blinked. A van? Immediately the screen split, and Thurmond Rogers said from the other half, "No proprietary data can be physically removed from Kelvin Kastner. Ms. Francie has been analyzing KC systems and—" Vicky interrupted him. "2 of the 6 people in the van are bonded SHIELD security agents. They have appropriate equipment for encasing Lizzie's system in such a way that it cannot be opened without retina scans from her, Jackson, and 2 Kelvin Kastner officials present at the ceiling. One official could easily be you, Thurmond." "Even so, you can't—" "One of the people in the van is a lawyer. He has a court order to safely remove any Kelvin Kastner records that may be pertinent to Dr. Aronow's legal contract with Kelvin Kastner." "That's only contractual if—" "Another person in the van is a microbiologist. She is prepared to examine Lizzie's data before sealing and declare as legally valid expert opinion that it is indeed relevant to Dr. Aronow's contract. Unless, of course, you don't wish her to examine the data." Thurmond Rogers stared at Vicky with hatred. "Go now, Lizzie," Vicky said. "It's a short walk and no one will stop you. There's a Homer stuck inside the collar of your jacks. The people in the van will track you when you move out of sight of KC monitors. Dr. Rogers will tell the building to open the door for you and to let you back in, with a witness from the van accompanying you. Go now, honey." Lizzie, her eyes still gleaming, picked up her terminal and her ugly purple backpack. She hugged the terminal tightly to her chest and walked out of link range. Vicky drew a deep breath and held it until a strange male face flashed onto the screen. In the middle of the night, the stranger looked crisp, combed, and calm. "Elizabeth Francie is with us outside, Miss Covington, with the system. Sealing of her system to begin as soon as the Kelvin Kastner team appears, unless Kelvin Kastner prefers Dr. Sedley to examine the data." "Rogers?" Vicky said. Thurmond Rogers's hatred had not cooled, but he had himself under control. "No examination at this time. I'll be at the east fire door immediately, accompanied by Kelvin Kastner security." "Certainly," the well-groomed male face said, and Jackson thought inanely of the anonymous guest system that had turned on the news grids for him. "Ms. Francie, accompanied by Agent Addison, is returning into the building." Both halves of the split screen blanked. Jackson looked at Vicky. She was barefoot, and her hair was rumpled from sleep. Fine strands strayed across her left cheek. She looked young and defenseless. He said, "Who's Agent Addison? And the other 3 people in the van?" "Bodyguards." "How did you know to—" "That's what I do," Vicky said. "Or what I once did. Although, of course, I didn't pay for all this. You did. How? Lizzie dipped all your personal account numbers long ago. But she's an ethical little creature in her own way. I'd swear she's never used them, Vicky smiled. Can't say the same for me, clearly. Jackson put his hand on Vicky's arm. Not a grip, but not a caress either. What has Lizzie dipped? I won't know until she tells us, or until her terminal is unsealed. But I'm more interested in why she wanted to come into the bio-shielded area to speak to us in person. Will the agent, bodyguard, whatever he is, stay with her through decon? Like fused atoms, Vicky spoke to the air, and the agent carries subcutaneous continuous transmitters, among other augments. So we wait, Jackson said, until Lizzie's through decon. We wait, Vicky said. System, instruct a servbot to bring coffee. Certainly, and if there's anything else Kelvin Kastner can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. Vicky just smiled. It took an hour for Lizzie and Agent Addison to go through decontamination. Jackson drank 2 cups of coffee and watched Vicky get ready to lob another grenade. By now he knew the signs. She drank her own coffee slowly, deliberately, and watched the news grids. Finally he said, What specifically are you waiting to hear? Anything about Brookhaven. Vicky spoke naturally, which meant she didn't care if she were overheard. She shifted position on the waiting room sofa, curling her legs under her. Brookhaven National Laboratories? What about them? I don't know, but Lizzie's monitor program picked up an anomaly. The program scans transmissions from selected governmental agencies to flag marked differences in volume, frequency, priority, or encoding. Information from Brookhaven to nearly everyone else showed an anomaly. Vicky uncurled her legs and crossed her knees. An anomaly? Some significant changes, Jackson said. A significant lack of change. The same volume, frequency, priority, and encoding every day. You mean, the inhibition neuropharm has penetrated an enclave shield, and not just any enclave, a government laboratory that's supposedly biosafe. Vicky shifted her weight again. Of course, Kelvin Kastner already knows this, I'm sure. Damn, I just can't get comfortable. She stood up from the sofa, stretched, yawned, and smiled at Jackson. For once, he saw what he was supposed to do. He said, Come get comfortable with me. She crossed the room to his chair and settled onto his lap. The screen droned out routine news at a volume Jackson suddenly realized slightly higher than normal. Vicky's lips nuzzled his ear. She said softly, I want to show you something, and unbuttoned her shirt. Hormones surged in Jackson's chest, but then he saw drawings on her chest. Vicky murmured, Fewer monitors here, probably, than in your room. Even so, turn to the left. More. There. Their bodies formed a closed triangle with the padded back of the chair. Vicky bent her head, and her hair screened the enclosed space from the ceiling. She unfastened more buttons. Her breasts were smooth and pale, smaller breasts than Cassie's, but firmer, with a sweet high lift. On the upper curve of each was a sketch in non-smearable ink, the kind used for indelible signing and dating of offline lab records. Such pens lay all over Kelvin Kastner. Vicky must have drawn on herself after she came through decon. Jackson peered at the sketches. There was barely enough light to decipher the inked lines, and Vicky's scent, the fragrance of her skin and breath, clouded Jackson's brain. Until he realized what he was looking at. 2 crude sketches of brain scan printouts. The one on the left breast was Teresa's. Even drawn upside down and rough, Jackson recognized it. He had looked at those particular graphs daily during Teresa's illness and frequently throughout the years before. They were the graphs of chronic cerebral over-arousal, especially in the more primitive areas of the brain that controlled emotion. The limbic, hypothalamus, amygdalae, brainstem reticular formation, rostral ventral medulla, all over-aroused. The ascending reticular activating system, ARAS, which reacted to neural input from many other parts of the brain, showed especially frantic wave activity. Low amplitude, high frequency, intense desynchronization. Alarm signals constantly traveled to Teresa's cortex, which thus constantly thought of the world as an alarming place. This information in turn traveled back to the ARAS, which reacted with even more frantic electrochemical activity. Electrochemical danger signals alerting thoughts of danger that in turn alerted more electrochemical stress responses. The vicious circle, which Teresa had never let Jackson interrupt with neuropharms. The second set of rough graphs was entirely different. In fact, it was unlike any brain scan Jackson had ever seen. The ARAS and primitive graphs showed only normal arousal, the kind associated with steady, purposeful, realistic action. But the input from the cortex to the ARAS was intense, and parts of the brain showed a veritable electrical storm. These were in the brain sections associated with intense non-somatic activity. Epileptic seizures, religious visions, imaginative delusions, certain kinds of creativity. Such graphs were most often seen in visionaries in locked wards, people who believed they were Jesus Christ or Napoleon or General Mannheim. But to combine that pattern with the control and clarity of high-amplitude, low-frequency alpha waves, usually a product of intense concentration or biofeedback. Whose is the second scan? Vicky said. Teresa's. Impossible. No, it's not. They're both Teresa. One scanned before she put herself in a mental state to do something difficult for her, and one after. I don't know exactly how she accomplishes it. I wish I could see the spinal segment readings. Well, Vicky said acidly, there's only so much room on my breasts, unlike some other people's, so I memorized only the parts of the two printouts that looked most different from each other. But how could Tess— Lower your voice, Jackson, and look like you're actually nuzzling me. We're still on monitor. I said I don't know how Teresa does it, but I do know what she told me she thinks she does. Teresa changes her brain scan by pretending to be Cassie. Jackson was silent. Teresa, pretending to be Cassie, and capable of inducing at least temporarily the kind of brain activity that belonged to another entirely different temperament, plus the activity of intense imaginative creativity bordering on the delusional. She must start with controlling her thoughts in the cortex, which changed the information feeding back into her autonomic nervous system. All experience of emotion, after all, was essentially a story that the brain created to make sense of the body's physical reactions. Tess had found a way to reverse the process. She was telling herself some sort of story, telling it in her conscious brain that was altering her more primitive physical reactions, right down to the neurochemical level. She was controlling her physical world by sheer imagination and will. Jackson hadn't known his sister at all. He said haltingly, I'll want to replicate this. Of course, but not now. Vicky rebuttoned her shirt, but she didn't move away from him. Nestled on his lap, her breath warm against his neck, she said in a different voice, I'm a little afraid of you, you know. I'll bet. You don't believe me. You think you're the only one afraid of feeling very much. Well, fuck you. Abruptly, she stood. From her words, Jackson had expected her to look angry, but instead her face showed hurt and uncertainty. And at that moment, Jackson realized that this was the woman who could replace Cassie in his life. Immediately, the realization filled him with terror. Another bitchy, bossy woman, mocking him at every turn, struggling to control him, knowing what he was going to say before he said it. Vicky's scent, somehow stronger now that she no longer sat so close to him, filled his nose and throat. She had left the bottom 3 buttons of her shirt unfastened. Deliberately? Of course. Resentment filled him at the manipulation. Vicky's vulnerability lasted only a moment. Then she looked again like Victoria Turner, controlled and competent. Victoria Turner, not Cassie. That was his confusion, not hers. It was Teresa who was Cassie. Jackson laughed aloud. He couldn't help it. The whole critical, ludicrous situation suddenly struck him as unbearably funny. Or maybe just unbearable. Teresa, Brookhaven, the renegade neurofarm, Kelvin Kastner, Sanctuary. The world was blowing up on both micro and macro levels, and he, Jackson, had chosen as his object of fear a woman who said she was just as afraid of him, except that he was too afraid to believe her, and she was too afraid to believe that he was too afraid. "Vicky," he said tenderly. Their eyes met across the drab room, the news grids blaring. The moment pulled itself out like taffy, stretched and sweet. "Vicky." "You have guests on their way in," the system announced brightly. "Ms. Francie and Mr. Addison will arrive in 90 seconds. Shall I show them in?" "Yes," Jackson said. He welcomed the reprieve at the same time that he was disappointed by it. "Certainly, and if there's anything else Kelvin Kastner can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask." Addison was a tech, clearly chosen not only to be threatening but to look it. His head brushed the ceiling. His arms bulked twice Jackson's in diameter, and probably augmented as well. Muscles, vision, reaction time. He surveyed the room professionally. Beside him, Lizzie looked like a very small, very scrubbed, very fearful doll, dressed in Kelvin Kastner green disposables. She threw herself at Vicky and clung. Jackson expected to hear Vicky making maternal cluckings, but this was not happening. "Come on, Lizzie," Vicky said. "Reassemble yourself. You can't tell me that the all-conquering data dipper gets tearful over a little deep lavage. You've gone deeper into government holes than Deacon's scrubbers just went into yours." Lizzie laughed, shaky but still a laugh. Vicky's bawdy tartness had braced Lizzie. Jackson would never understand women. "Now," Vicky said, "sit down right there and tell us what you found. No, ignore the monitors. It's fine if KC knows that we know what we know. Do you want some coffee?" "Yes," Lizzie said. She looked calmer. Her hair, with no time to pull at it since decon, lay flat and clean against her scalp. Addison finished his survey of the room and took up a position between Lizzie and the open door of the alcove. Vicky said, "So what do we know?" Lizzie sipped her coffee and made a face. Jackson realized she wasn't used to the real thing. He sat down across from her, watching quietly. "We know that Kelvin Kastner made a probability model for research on the fear neurofarm that Dirk has." Lizzie's voice faltered for only a moment. "I can't understand most of it, but it looks like a program would furnish data to Dr. Aronow along a preset path. Some points on the flag had bolstered Lehman-Wagner equations for reliability. Depending on what Dr. Aronow asked, the decision tree furnished consistent data, I think. What I could tell was that every branch of the tree ended in inconclusive equations." Jackson said calmly, "How do you know the data wasn't actual?" "The dates on most of the stuff was in the future." "Projected experiments." "I don't know," Lizzie said flatly. "How would I know?" Jackson saw that he mustn't argue with her. Her confidence might deflate again as suddenly as it had ballooned. Vicky said smoothly, "None of us will know until the terminal is unsealed, and you can examine the data directly, Jackson. But it certainly sounds like a tool for contract smashing, doesn't it?" Jackson said, "It does." A large, cold rage was rising in him quietly, like black, still water. Had Cassie known? Lizzie said, "The probability model was cross-referenced with a bunch of stuff about you, Dr. Aronow. A customized psych program." Lizzie blushed. So Cassie had known. Jackson rose, but after he was on his feet, there was no place to go. Lizzie clearly wasn't done. His cold, black anger seeped higher. Vicky said, "Good work, Lizzie, but that's not all, is it?" Why did you want so badly to join us in the biosafe area? Lizzie's hand shook. The rest of her coffee spilled. Vicky. No, say it. Here. Now. So everybody knows what KC knows. Lizzie's head still shook, but her voice was steady. There were other probability models in the deep data. Simpler ones, so I could understand them, me. They showed various probabilities of mutation of the original neuroform. Or maybe not the original it, maybe something it makes. That part was hard. But the models for different paths? The models... Give me the Toller's average, Jackson said coldly. The average probability was for direct transmission of the infection, wasn't it? From person to person through Nielsen cells in bodily fluids. What was the Toller's probability? Vicky said, her voice scaling upward in surprise. You knew? I guessed. I hoped I guessed wrong. But this kind of delivery vector is notoriously unstable, mutates all the time. Lizzie, what's the Toller's probability for mutation to an airborne form that could survive independently outside either laboratory cultures or the human body? 0.03%. Low. The designer, whichever the hell Sleepless it was, of the original vector, whatever the hell it was, had at least done everything he could to prevent uncontrollable worldwide airborne infection. At least he had done that. And for mutation to an independent form capable of direct human-to-human transmission? Lizzie whispered, 38.7%. Better than a 1 in 3 odds. So now, Jackson thought, they knew. The inhibition infection might end up passed from person to person through blood, saliva, semen. Urine? Maybe. Probably. A 39% chance. To get that high a possibility, the lab samples must be mutating like crazy. Vicky said to Lizzie, you were afraid you might get infected yourself out there. Then you'd never be able to help Dirk. So you came into the bio-shielded area with us. Jackson said, even if the mutation has already happened, which isn't likely, she wouldn't have contracted it if she'd just stayed away from people. She'd have needed to come in direct contact with blood, or have sex, or... Lizzie, what is it? Lizzie whispered, or touch eyeballs. Eyeballs? Dead ones, I mean, me. Oh, Dr. Aronel, I done touched... Oh, God, what if I got it? Dirk, is there a test? What if I got it, me? What if I got it? The girl was hysterical. Jackson remembered that Lizzie was 18 years old and had just come through horrors Jackson couldn't imagine. Lizzie sobbed, and when Vicky led her down the hall and a doorway somewhere closed behind them, Jackson was glad for the sudden silence. It seemed a long time before Vicky returned, although it probably wasn't. Her Jean Maud violet eyes looked tired. It must be some god-awful early hour of the morning. Lizzie's asleep. Good, Jackson said. Vicky stood 3 feet from him, not trying to touch. So what happens now? Kelvin Kastner scraps the fake data tree and does the research for real. Jackson looked at the silent screen. You hear that, you bastards? Now you have a motive. It's not just livers who inhale some weird compound. They've got it at Brookhaven, don't they? Shielded enclaves can get the infection. You can get it. Better find a reverser. He waited, half expecting to see Thurmond Rogers or Alex Kastner or even Cassie. The screen stayed blank. Vicky said, so now we're all on the same side, looking out for the same interests. How cozy. Right, Jackson said bitterly. Except, Vicky continued, you and I and Teresa know something the rest of the world doesn't. Miranda Sharifi and the Sleepless can't get us out of this one. This time, no miraculous syringes from Sanctuary or Eden or Selene. The supers are all dead. Jackson stared at her. No, we shouldn't keep it secret, Jackson. We need to tell KC. We need to call the news grids and the government and all the people counting desperately on Miranda Sharifi to rescue us one more time. because KC isn't going to get any help from the sky, and the government has to break into Selene to verify missing persons. And people might as well stop beaming messages to Miranda, because there won't be any Dea ex Machina this time. The Machina broke down, and the Dea is dead. Jackson, please hold me. I don't care who's watching. He did. And although Vicky felt warm in his arms, it didn't really help. Not really. Jack, Cassie said from the terminal screen, her face grim. Tell me what you think you know about Miranda Sharifi and Selene. He went over it for Cassie in the middle of the night. He went over it for Alex Kastner, also in the middle of the night. He went over it for the FBI and the CIA late the next morning. Late because, it turned out, Kelvin Kastner did not call the feds until KC had had a board meeting. Jackson was grateful for the prolonged sleep. For the FBI and CIA, he had to go over it a lot. After that, he tried to push the investigation out of his mind. He spent his days with the data Kelvin Kastner now freely gave him. No reason not to. As Vicky had said, now they were all on the same side. The 21st day of his quarantine, the last day, and he had worked his way through all the data KC had. He didn't go into the labs themselves. He was not a trained researcher. He confined himself to the medical models, which were inconclusive. Maybe a reverser to the neuropharm could be found, but they didn't yet know where or how, or when. The cold, black anger stayed with him. The anger wasn't because devising a cure was hopeless. It wasn't hopeless. Nor was the anger because someone had created this dangerous and cruel neuropharm, unknown in nature. For 4,000 years, men had created poisons unknown in nature to incapacitate each other. Nor was the anger because Kelvin Kastner had put its own profits ahead of public good, until the public good suddenly became identical with its own good. That was how corporations worked. On the 21st day, as Jackson was leaving KC for a brief trip to see Teresa, Thurmond Rogers stopped him just short of the security lock into the bio-unshielded part of the building. Thurmond Rogers in person, not Hollow or Comlink. Jackson, I don't think we have anything to say to each other, Rogers. Or are you a messenger boy for Cassie? No, Rogers said. And at his tone, Jackson looked closer. Rogers' skin, Gene Mod for a light tan, meant to contrast with the golden curls, looked blotched and pasty. The pupils of his turquoise eyes were dilated, even in the simulated sunlight of the corridor. What is it? Jackson said. But he already knew. It's gone to direct transmission. Where? The Chicago North Shore Enclave. Not even among the livers. Someone had gone outside North Shore, or someone else had come in and contracted the neuropharm from blood, semen, urine, saliva, breast milk. It was in non-inhalant form. He said crisply to Rogers, Behavior of the victim? Same severe inhibition, panic anxiety at new actions. Medical models? All match known effects. Cerebrospinal fluid, brain scans, heart rate, amygdala activity, blood hormone levels. All right, Jackson said, meaninglessly since it was not all right. But all at once he knew why he was so angry. It's the same thing over and over, Jackson said to Vicky. They sat side by side in his air car, lifting off from Boston. This month, the public gardens below them bloomed yellow, daffodils and jonquils and roses and pansies in artful Gene Mod confusion. The dome of the State House gleamed gold in the late afternoon sun, and beyond the dome the ocean brooded gray-green. After a month in front of terminals, Jackson's fingers felt awkward on the car console. He set it for automatic and flexed his shoulders against the back of the seat. He was very tired. Vicky said, What's the same thing over and over? People. They just go on doing the same thing over and over, even if it doesn't work. What specific people are we talking about here? Vicky laid her hand on Jackson's thigh. He covered it with his own and immediately thought, where are the monitors? 21 days of holding back, self-conscious about being observed. Only there were no monitors in his air car. Or were there? The car had been sitting for 3 weeks under the Kelvin Castner dome. Of course there were monitors. And anyway, he was too tired for sex. All people, he said, everyone. We just go on doing whatever we've always done, even if it doesn't work. Jennifer Sharifi just went on trying to control everything that might threaten sanctuary. Miranda Sharifi just went on relying on better technology to lift up us poor, benighted beggars who have to sleep. Kelvin Castner just goes on following prophets no matter where they lead. Lizzie goes on data dipping whatever system's in front of her. Cassie, he stopped, goes on performing for whatever audience feeds her hunger for applause, Vicky said more tartly. And what about you? What do you go on doing, Jackson? He was silent. Didn't think of applying your own theory to yourself? Well, then I will. Jackson goes on assuming that the medical model can explain everything about people. Profile the biochemistry and you understand the person. He glanced sideways at Vicky. Her eyes were closed. Jackson was suddenly sorry not to see their pure violet. She had removed her warm fingers from his. He said, "You sound like Teresa." Teresa, Vicky said, not opening her eyes, is learning to do something different. Very different. It's still just a biofeedback control of the brain chemistry that... You're a fool, Jackson, Vicky said. I don't know how I can be so much in love with a man who's such a fool. Watch Teresa when she learns that the inhibition neuropharm is transmissible. Just watch her. And meanwhile, car, land there, in that soonest clearing at 2 o'clock. The flowers in the clearing weren't gene mod. The grass was rough, smelling of wild mint. The air was a little too cold, at least for naked bodies, but Jackson discovered that he wasn't nearly as tired as he thought. Afterward, Vicky clung to him, her long body imprinted with marks from grass and weeds, smelling of crushed mint. He stroked her goose-pimpled skin. Against his shoulder, he felt her lips curve into a smile. Solely biochemistry, Jackson? He laughed, feeling too good for annoyance. You never give up, do you? I wouldn't appeal to you if I did. Solely biochemistry? He wrapped his arms around her. They had to return to the air car. This straggly field was hard ground, also exposed, also blanketed with biting insects. In addition, he had to see Teresa, get back to Kelvin Castner, launch the legal fight to get KC to share data with the CDC, now that the neuropharm had moved from random terrorism to public health crisis. Vicky's voice held sudden uncertainty, that unexpected quality that emerged in her at unexpected times. Jackson? Biochemistry? He held her tighter. Not biochemistry. Love. And that both was and was not the truth, like everything else. Epilogue, November 21-28. All strangers and beggars are from Zeus, and a gift, though small, is precious. Homer, the Iliad. Jackson waited beside the ugly bulk of a destroyed building, his equipment well back in the shadows. The usual procedure. The building had been foam cast, which meant it couldn't burn, but everything else had been done to it. Smashing, ramming, looting, maybe even shelling. Old destruction, starting to be covered by the mutated form of kudzu covering the rest of St. Louis. Possibly the ugliest place Jackson had ever been. In the last 7 years, he'd been a lot of ugly places. Teresa and Dirk had finished their readying and started their walk forward. Dirk, 8 years old and new to readying, clung tightly to his mother's hand. Lizzie, of course, had not needed to ready. She'd never contracted the inhibition virus. But she was guiding Dirk, who, over the past year, had made tremendous progress in sustaining another persona. He called his Tree Boy. Dirk had learned readying with the adaptability of the young, apparently still present under the panicky inhibition artificially hardwired into his amygdalae. Tree Boy, created by imagination but neurochemically real, was braver and freer than Dirk was. Jackson had the brain scans to prove it. Teresa led the way, Teresa dressed in the most ragged of all three of their pathetic rags. Teresa, whose fair hair, grown out from baldness, was the most matted of the three. Teresa with the emptiest hands, for whom this was harder than for anyone else. Teresa, who was finally happy. The three beggars approached the semi-whole building where the infected tribe camped. All the livers, of course, had fled inside. Teresa, Lizzie, and Dirk squatted in front of the closed door and began to beg. "Warm clothing, please. Oh, please give us some warm clothing if you can spare it. The nights are so cold." They would stay there, Jackson knew, for days, if days were necessary. This time he didn't think they would be. The beggars had a child with them. All the inhibited, in and out of the enclaves, were more likely to open to women and children. The Order of the Spiritual Brain, Jackson hated the name, but it had been Teresa's choice, had 3,000 members across the country, not counting affiliated doctors and corporate sponsors, but only 28% were male. Still, the number was growing. The Order was growing, almost as fast as the inhibition was spreading. Still, the major pharmaceutical companies, Kelvin Kastner, Lilly, Genentech, Neuropharm, Silverstone Martin, were close to a reverser. They might have been closer still if the inhibition plague had been easier to transmit. But the human race had been lucky. If one person in a camp or enclave got it, usually everyone did, due to the poor sanitation and feeding habits of the changed. But transmission between camps and enclaves was slow, because once infected, the inhibited neither became nor received visitors. Teresa was changing that. "Please, just a warm coat," little Dirk begged. Sometimes the camp would just open the door and throw out whatever was being begged: clothing, a jug of water, a spare Y-cone for warmth. The beggars didn't go away. The one thing about religious orders, Jackson thought, awaiting his part in the shadows, was that they were persistent. Nuts, maybe, but persistent. And, sometimes, effective. The door of the liver building opened a crack. A man squeezed through, followed by a child. Jackson switched his eyes to zoom augments. The child wasn't changed. Jackson studied the bare, inflamed patches on the side of her scalp. Rounded lesions, crusty in the middle and scaly at the edges, most likely ringworm, but otherwise the little girl looked healthy, if inhibited, although not as inhibited as some others. The renegade Neuropharm, like every other drug, affected different people differently. There were even a few cases of natural immunity, studied eagerly by the pharmaceuticals and the CDC. The little girl ducked behind the man's legs, but peeped out between them at Dirk. Tree Boy smiled. Maybe Jackson wouldn't have to wait too long to do his part after all. The equipment stood ready, loaded onto a floater. Medicines, nursing bot, and, most important, hollow cartridges to play on the camp's very own terminal. A terminal they were used to, that was a part of the usual routine. Teresa would start them with the hollows on medical care for the unchanged children. Even the most inhibited would try something new when their children's lives were at stake. The more unchanged children were born, the more desperate the inhibited came. And that need was the key to getting into their lives. Once in, Teresa would gradually introduce the hollows on readiness. She herself, constantly afraid, would teach them to overcome fear by imagining a different self. Then, later, they would learn the biofeedback techniques that could make that different self neurochemically real. Temporary, but real, and ready when you needed it. or until somebody found a medical solution to the same problem. A medical solution would, of course, be simpler, easier, faster. Just take a neurofarm. With the right neurofarm, you could become less fearful, more lusty, more hopeful, less angry, more lethargic, anything. But Teresa and her disciples weren't using neurofarms. So the question wasn't, as Jackson had always assumed, how neurochemically driven were humans. The question was, why were they ever driven by anything but neurochemicals? Why and how could men and women choose against their own fear, lust, hope, anger, inertia? Because clearly they could choose that. Teresa was doing so right in front of his eyes. So not, isn't man just a bunch of chemicals? Rather, how could man ever be anything else? Jackson didn't know the answers. He was, after 7 years, still uneasy with the questions. He blew on his hands. It was getting colder. Jackson turned on the Y-heat filaments woven fluidly into his clothes. Teresa, Dirk, and Lizzie vanished inside the building. A good thing, too, since Beggars' rags carried no Y-heat weaving, no personal shields. The Beggars wore remotes monitored by the backup doctors and nurses, themselves backed up by carefully concealed, highly equipped security bots. In the 7 years of Teresa's Order of the Spiritual Brain, the security bots had only been needed 3 times. The inhibited were not notable fighters. The sun began to set over the rubble of St. Louis. Another night vigil. Jackson sighed, activated the Y-shield tent, and moved the floater inside it. He called Vicky. "Hello, Jackson. How is the assault going? Has Troy fallen yet?" Jackson grinned. "We just wheeled in the wooden horse. Don't let Lizzie hear you call it that." People in the grip of temporary religious mania have no sense of humor, even 7-year temporary mania. "How are you, love?" "Lonely." Jackson looked more sharply at Vicky's face on the small portable screen. "How are you? You look... Something's happened." "Yes," Vicky said. Her violet eyes reflected light, like purple wine. Jackson said, "Someone's found the reverser." "No, not that. Although Casey keeps saying how close they are. Something else. Clearly you haven't been watching the news grids. The Chicago School of Medicine has made an announcement." "An announcement? Of what?" "Egg and sperm. Frozen for 7 years, unknown until they arrived by time-activated bot last week." A slow pounding filled Jackson's ears. In the distance, beyond the shadows, the door of the liver building opened again. "Egg and sperm? Whose?" "You can guess, Jackson. All of the super sleepless. Miranda Sharifi, Terry Morkambe, Christina Dimitrios, Jonathan Markowitz, all the dead geniuses that we normals didn't know how to engineer for ourselves." Jackson said nothing. A small figure slipped out the camp door into the long twilight shadows. Vicky said, "The Chicago School of Medicine is where the original Sleepless were engineered 125 years ago. Lisha Camden, Kevin Baker, Richard Keller. Miranda Sharifi must have had a sentimental streak after all." "So it will start all over." "If they fertilize, it will. The debate will be fierce. Do we need more day from rediscovered Makani? Or are we better off blundering along alone?" The small figure was Dirk. On Zoom, Jackson could see that the little boy was terrified, exhilarated, proud of himself, longing to run back inside. Dirk waved frantically for Jackson to come to the building. "Vicky, I have to go. They're ready to let me inside." "Already?" "Already. Teresa's getting very good at this." Saint Teresa. "All right, Jackson, go convert. I love you." The screen blanked. Now Dirk waved both hands. Jackson put away his comlink, waved back, and summoned the floater. The equipment to teach people to take back their own lives was ready. Medicine, teaching hollows, nursing bot, seeds, crystal library. all following the chemically inhibited Dirk, who had turned himself into Tree Boy, who had become a beggar, because only with empty, open hands could any of them reach each other's. Dr. Jackson Aronow moved forward with his gifts. End of Beggars' Ride by Nancy Kress.